Okay, well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Legal Tech and Innovation Week hosted by the LSK Nairobi branch. Welcome and welcome. Good morning, everyone. I hope we are having a good morning, and I hope we enjoyed yesterday's session. So today we carry on with the activities we promised. This week, in the Legal Innovation Week, our theme is embracing digital technologies. So yesterday we had a series of workshop activities. We had an exhibition going on, and it's still ongoing within the parking section of the Milimani Law Courts. We are showcasing a number of legal solutions. There are software products that help advocates in terms of making practice easy. So if you're following us online, please make a point of coming to Milimani, make a point of walking through the exhibition area so that you can interact with what is being showcased and see whether you can adapt to this emerging technology. So we want to start off with the workshop activity number 1. And we'll be looking at the issue on copyright for lawyers. How can we incorporate copyright in terms of practice, in terms of the emerging digital space, in terms of the emerging technologies? As lawyers, we are seeing legal solutions at the tents being exhibited, but then how can we incorporate copyright matters into it? So today morning, we're meant to be represented by Ms. Sharon Wata from the Kekobo. She sent apology.
Its mandate, the overall mandate of the Kenya Copyright Board, which in short we call KEKOBO, is enforcement and administration of copyright and related rights throughout the country. That is the overall mandate of the Kenya Copyright Board. We are there for purposes of enforcement and administration of copyright and related rights. Maybe later on we can explain maybe a difference between copyright and related rights.
Thank you for that. So it's for those who are following us, the main mandate of Kekobo is enforcement of copyrights and copyright-related works. So I guess the next question is, what are copyrights, Wakili?
Thank you. Maybe to expound more before we get into what constitutes copyright, which can be protected. Besides the overall mandate, we have specific functions. One of it is public sensitization about matters copyright, and that is partly where we are here to use this platform, which has been organized by the LSK, the Law Society of Kenya, for purposes of enlightening the public, those who are physically here, and those who are following us through the online platforms. We also have a mandate in relation to licensing and regulating collective management organizations. So corrective management organizations are key stakeholders in the management of copyright, because essentially copyright is a private right. You determine how you manage it. It is property, which is your creation of your intellect, whatever you conceive in your mind, so long as it is original and you put it in a tangible or fixed form, you can have protection for it. But the scope of the protection you get has to relate to literary works, it can relate to musical works, it can relate to audiovisual works. We also copyright programs in Kenya. The legal system allows protection of applications and softwares as copyright.
Wow, that was amazing. So you've quite given us quite the overload of information. First, you talked about sensitization of the general public on, copyright and copyright-related works as one of the, the things you're doing as Kekobo. So I guess my question in regard to that is, other than, attending such workshops and forums such as the LSK Nairobi Branch Legal Tech Week, what other avenues have you been using to sensitize the general public on, copyrights and copyright-related works? Is it social media? Have you run adverts on TV, radio, or do you plan on doing roadshows? Because clearly copyright and copyright-related works are quite important.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. We do a lot, and since we are a government institution, there is allocation of resources for each year for purposes of conducting trainings, but the extent to which we conduct the same is limited, owing to the fact that we are inadequately funded for trainings and such sensitization activities. But we're taking advantage of social media. The Kenya Copyright Board is very active on Twitter, for example. Even right now, there is an event which is going on at the KICC. You can check on WhatsApp, on Twitter, it is there, and on Facebook, it is there. So we're using all avenues, including online channels for that. And we also have other departments within Kenya Copyright Board, for example, the Enforcement Department, which is constituted of copyright inspectors. So the copyright inspectors also conduct trainings because they are essentially well knowledgeable and informed on what constitutes copyright infringement, because as I said earlier, one of the mandates of Kekobo is enforcement. So there are some aspects of infringement of copyright which are criminal, and in respect of which our enforcement department criminally culpable, and they have been punished under criminal law.
That is quite interesting. I think I can be a witness and give a testament of the great work you're doing on social media, with on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, with regard to sensitizing members of the public on copyright and copyright-related works. So you mentioned before you go to copyright infringement, how do you register copyright, and also the types of copyright you just mentioned. Legal softwares, and for those who have not been able, they're actually exhibitors at the parking lot, whereby you can get to see the various, legal solutions and legal softwares that hopefully have been copyrighted and will be copyrighted, if not, that are being displayed. So I guess the question is, how do you register copyright? Can you do it online, or do I have to go to the physical office at Kekobo?
Thank you for that, Robert. Copyright registration has been made easy. It is so easy. You can do it from the comfort of your room, your house, your office. You only need a smartphone. If you have a smartphone, you go to the website of Kenya Copyright Board. You will see there a national rights registry portal. So it is a very simple process which entails you creating an account as a user of the portal. After creating the account, then you upload your work. The only requirement relating to you committing yourself financially is that if you're an individual applicant, you're required to pay 100 shillings, which is fairly affordable. And if you're an applicant who is a corporate entity, then you pay 500 shillings. Again, reasonably affordable by a corporate entity. But basically, registration of copyright currently happens online. We rarely receive physical applications like we used to do some years back, and this is courtesy of the Copyright Act, which provides that KECOBO has a duty of maintaining and establishing a national rights registry, which has basically a database containing all the creatives.
A couple of companies outside there, you know, the startup founders and the actual organizations, even government institutions. Should I register my copyright, maybe my logo for my business? Does that count as, is that registrable as a copyright?
Okay, thank you for that. There is normally, can I say, lack of sufficient information on what is registrable as copyright and what you cannot register as copyright. Like I said earlier, what is registrable as copyright has to be an originally created work. There must be some sense of originality in the work. And number two, you must put your work in a fixed form. That is, it must be in some tangible form for you to get copyright registration. Copyright does not protect ideas. So you cannot seek to copyright an idea because the idea can be shared by several people. What is protected is the manner of expressing the idea. If, for example, you're saying, we want to have an idea of a show where there is a wedding which is held on a beach. So everybody can have that kind of an idea. So we would not say that you have exclusive rights to make such kind of a show, because the way you will make it will not certainly be the same way another person will make it. So that is why essentially we are saying that copyright does not protect ideas, but it protects the manner in which those ideas are expressed. As relates to registration of logos, which you want to identify yourself with, logos are registered in Kenya as trademarks. They are not registered by KECOBO, they are registered by KIPI, which is another intellectual property regulator. So at KIPI, they will register trademark for you. So the trademark is essentially for purposes of creating or registering marks which distinguish your products or services from those of others in the same sector where you are. So when the users see the mark, whether a service mark or a trademark, they will associate that particular product or service to you, who is the trademark holder. So trademarks are registered by KIPI, but copyrights are registered by KECOBO.
Wow, amazing. Thank you for that. Well, I guess all the founders and entrepreneurs in the building, you guess You now know where to go to register your logos for your companies. It's at KIPI, and they can be classified as trademarks. So off to the next question. You talked about collective management organizations, and you mentioned, the music, MCSK, PRISC, and CAM. Could you kindly talk more about that, what collective management organizations are, and and their mandate, and why they're so important? Because some of our viewers and our participants can be seeing them. You can see MCSK on the news or hear them on the radio, but you don't even know what they are. And as you can see, we also have producers and people in that field as well in the room. I'm sure they'll be really interested as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Collective management organizations, as I said earlier, one of the mandates of KECOBO is to regulate. We, as the Kenya Copyright Board, regulates collective management organizations. So what are collective management organizations? These are voluntary kind of membership organizations where you voluntarily choose to join, and the reason why you are joining is because you want your rights, that is your copyright in your work, some of them, not all of them, to be collectively managed by a collective management organization, because sometimes it is impossible or difficult to directly manage your work. For example, if you're a musician, you've composed your song, it is going to be practically impossible for you to monitor how maybe broadcasters, televisions, radio stations are using your song. If you want to do it individually, it is going to be costly. So that is why you will have musicians being members of one collective management organization, for example, the Music Copyright Society of Kenya, which will then license users. So the responsibility of collective management organizations is to, number one, license users of copyrighted works of their members. So you don't go representing anyone's works unless that person is your member, and unless he has concluded a deed of assignment of the specific rights which you are going to collectively manage. And what should be clear is that the musicians do not give up absolutely all their rights to collective management organizations. They give part of their rights. So that means some other rights you need to get direct permission from the copyright holder before you can use them. So the users we are talking about are people or entities like broadcasters. In Kenya, we also have a popular matatu industry, which is very vibrant. So the music played in the matatu industry. We also have copyright works being used in hotels and restaurants. We have such being used in arcades, supermarkets. So those are users. So we also have politicians in political rallies using people's works or music belonging to people, which is subject of copyright protection. So those are the users. The collective management organizations as well do play a key role in royalty distribution and collection. So you have licensed the users. After licensing them, then you have a responsibility to collect royalties from them. And there are guidelines on how you're supposed to distribute them after collecting. The distribution generally is that once you have collected, you distribute 70% of what you have collected to the members, and then you can retain 30% as your administrative costs. But again, that is a minimum. You can distribute more. You're encouraged as a collective management organization to distribute more and have more go to the creatives, because ideally the money or the proceeds of those corporate work, most of them should go to the creatives, not the other way around, that you have a CMO distributing 30% of collected royalties to members and then retaining 70%, which is quite absurd. We are not saying it is not happening, but it is a cause of worry that it is rarely achieved. That requirement of 70% distribution is rarely achieved in this country.
Wow, thank you. That was a masterclass on collective management organizations. So for for the content creators and the creatives, especially the musicians who are watching, I'd advise you join a collective management organization. It's voluntary, and like Wakili has said, their main mandate is to license the use of copyright work, and
Maybe a quick one before we get out of that.
Sure, sure.
I didn't give examples of collective management in Kenya.
Please do.
Yeah, we have MCSK, which is Music Corporate Society of Kenya, which represents music composers and authors. We have PRISC, Performers Rights Society of Kenya. It represents performers, particularly those who have related rights. And then we have CAMP, which is Kenya Association of Music Producers. So those are the three very common collective management organizations in Kenya.
Oh, thank you for that. And you mentioned something about copyright holders and having rights. Could you kindly explore more on the rights of copyright holders, from licensing to distribution to enjoying royalties?
Okay, thank you. If you are a copyright holder, copyright is essentially property, but in an intangible form. So you can take it like your car. If you have your car, which is your physical property, so if someone else wants to use it, what will you do? Sure. They need to get permission. You don't get into the car park, pick any car, drive away, okay? So copyright should be seen from those lenses, that once you have copyright, then you have a right which we classify into two mainly. You have economic rights as well as moral rights. So the economic rights are that it is you, the copyright holder, who has exclusive rights of economically exploiting those works. And the rights we're talking about relate to the right of reproduction. Your work cannot be reproduced without your consent. You have the right to reproduce the work, and the right to distribution. Yeah, if your work is to be distributed to any person, it is the exclusive right of the copyright holder to distribute the work. And then you have mechanical rights in the copyrighted work. For example, your music cannot be used by maybe a filmmaker as a track sound in that film without your permission. So those are the essential rights, which are economic. And then we have the moral rights, particularly relating to rights of attribution, that your work has to be attributed to you, and you have a right that your work should not be used in a manner which promotes values you don't believe in. So if somebody is using your work in a manner that demeans your reputation, then you have a right to have such people stopped.
Wow, thank you. Actually, you preempted a question that I was about to ask, and it's something that's currently happening. I'm sure everyone has seen it. It's the Nonini case, whereby one of the local, I'd call them content creators, used Nonini. Nonini, for those people who don't know, is a prominent Kenyan artist who's been, releasing really good music content over the years. So what happened was this content creator actually used one of Nonini's hit songs in their content creation videos, and it was for monetary purposes. And Nonini filed a suit in court, and actually the court was with him, and it found that the content creator was in violation of his mechanical rights, as you said. And it's quite glad to see it works. The system works.
Sure, we can say that it's one of the landmark cases in the copyright sector, because at least copyright is now getting prominency, and people are now realizing that we need to appreciate the value of the input of creatives into their work, and that we need to respect people's works, and if we want to use them, then let us use the due process in getting such kind of works.
That's really nice to hear. I guess since we're in the topic, could we talk about copyright infringement, what it is, what it entails, and how to, if someone violates, let's say I'm a creative and someone violates my copyright rights, the related rights you just mentioned, how can I go about it in terms of enforcing?
Okay, thank you. Infringement basically refers to the unauthorized use of copyrighted work. And I have to, at this point, mention that copyright registration is not mandatory. It is not a prerequisite of you claiming for your rights. Once you've created your work, you put it in a fixed form, you have copyright in the work regardless of whether you have registered it or not. But we encourage creatives to have it registered, because then you have a basis of commercializing your work better, and you have evidence of your work, and maybe going forward it could be a basis of getting or using your work as collateral for a facility advancement from facility providers. So it is necessary that you register your copyright. Even at the regional level, we have the Africa Regional Intellectual Property Organization. They are making efforts of trying to come up with a legal framework within which voluntary notification and registration of copyright can be done, courtesy of the Kampala Protocol, which was passed by member states at the height of COVID. So much as COVID was ravaging the country, some good things happened for the creative sector. So essentially, infringement means you're using copyrighted work contrary to the economic rights or moral rights of the copyright holder. You are reproducing the work, you are distributing the work, you are making it available to the public, you are doing a public performance of copyrighted work. All those acts constitute infringement. And there is this popular trend where artists or creatives do cover versions of other people's works in the notion that they are trying to market them. You can't sustain that argument in the event that a legal action for infringement was brought against you. Essentially what you're doing is copyright infringement. If you want to use someone's work for whichever reason, except for private use, then you need to get permission from the copyright holder. So any kind of use of copyrighted work without permission of the copyright holder amounts to infringement. The only exception we have is private use and fair use or fair dealing. And that is what is allowed.
Oh, that's quite interesting, especially after you said that covers over songs, because, you know, if you just open YouTube and there's a hit song, you'd find that there are quite like a minimum of 10 covers done. So what you're telling me is those creatives or those content creators are actually in violation or infringing the copyright.
The fact that the copyright holders have not taken an action against those people doesn't mean that they have not committed infringement.
That's, I guess, all the musicians, all the copyright holders that are watching, I hope you're paying attention, because maybe your rights might be infringed. So you mentioned something really important, the legal and regulatory framework governing copyrights in Kenya and in Africa and globally. And over the conversations, we've actually been mentioning them as we go. You mentioned the Copyright Act and the copyright regulations and the Kampala Protocol. Could you just brush over that, especially for some of our students who are watching or, watching the stream live from their dorms or their classrooms? Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we begin globally. Globally, we have the World Intellectual Property Organization, which is in charge of our intellectual property rights. And the main international instrument which is relevant for copyright and related rights is the Berne Convention. So the Berne Convention is the one which sets up an international legal framework for purposes of copyright and related rights and their exploitation and their use. We have regional protocols like the one I just mentioned, which is a work or a framework developed by the Africa Regional Intellectual Property Organization. And then at the national level, we have the Constitution. The Constitution is the supreme law of this country, and all other laws derive their validity from it. And it talks of recognition and protection of intellectual property rights. That is the basis on which intellectual property regulatory offices were created, including the Kenya Copyright Board. And then we have the Copyright Act. We have one which is revised in 2020 and an amendment in 2022. We have the copyright regulations. We have the copyright collective management regulations. And we also have some regulations for the copyright tribunal. So those are the regulating laws for purposes of copyright and related rights.
Wow, thank you for that. Thank you for that. I think we can come to the final, sorry for that, we can come to the final question as we wrap up this session. And that's, what role can technology play in protection of copyright? I know you've mentioned quite a few, like the use of, the online platforms to register. That's the e-copyright registration. But what role can technology play, and especially emerging digital technologies? Yeah, just a comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we can say that technology, as they say, is good and bad. So it is a necessary evil, or depending on how you want to argue it. But for purposes of all intellectual property rights, so there are challenges and there are opportunities which technology has come up with. For example, we're talking about copyright infringement. If you're talking of infringing a literary work, for example, a book, traditionally, without technology, it was difficult or it was tedious because you had to get the physical book, you make a copy of it mechanically. That is when you have infringed it. But currently, all you need is an e-book. You have a link to it, you download it, put it in your phone, share it via WhatsApp to several groups, and that in itself is infringement because you have distributed copyrighted work without the permission of the author. So to that extent, we can say that technology makes infringement of copyright easy, but again, because of that challenge, there are some technological protection measures which have been put in place to try and curb the extent to which online copyright infringement and infringement of other intellectual property rights happens. But to the other side, it is easy to monetize your copyrighted work online than it was traditionally. So traditionally, if you have produced your album with 12 songs, what do? You go to a producer, you make 100 pieces of CDs, you move around with them selling to people. Okay? But now, you just tell your audience on your online platform, next week, Friday at noon, a hit is falling, eh? Then people will prepare for it, and then they will easily access it. They give you views, likes, especially on YouTube, if it is your YouTube channel. Then after some time, you start getting money from your work. So we can say that technology is good, and it is challenging to some extent. Maybe one more thing for, we call them artists, for the artists who are visual artists, artists who carve sculptures and such kind of artifacts. We have a provision under the Copyright Act which allows them to get resale royalty, that once you have created your artifact, you have sold it, if it is going to be resold at a higher profit, then you have a right of getting some percentage from it. How are you going to ensure that such work, or you get such money? It is going to be a challenge. That is why we need technology to trace the movement of one article. We know that this article came from Kenya. It is, for example, a drawing by a renowned Kenyan artist. This who sold it to someone who has now taken it to an exhibition somewhere in France, and it has fetched some good, maybe millions of dollars, and for that reason he has a right to get a percentage of that. So things to do with enhancement of technology and adoption of technology in such kind of works can ensure that creatives reap more from their works than they are doing now.
Oh, thank you for that. You know, when you just say that, what came to mind was the use of blockchain technology in tracing that all that transactions. So I guess that's one of the emerging technologies that can definitely play a role in safeguarding the protection of, you know, the intellectual property in such copyrighted related works.
Sure. Blockchain technology can play a key role because, as they say, it is an electronic, unchangeable, and mutable ledger. So you can't change the details which have been stored in that block unless you're breaking the chain, and chances of doing that are highly limited. So that is why we are saying adoption of blockchain technology can be of value to how monetizing and following and keeping records and databases of creative works is concerned.
That's very nice to hear. Hopefully, we'll see the Kenya Copyright Board, you know, doing something in relation to blockchain technology in the recent years, in the recent even few coming months. You can definitely interact with some key players who have managed to come. We have people from the Africa Blockchain Center, so you can definitely keep that conversation going. And I'm looking forward to that and, you know, the deployment of blockchain technology in copyright-related works and the tracing of that. Thank you, Bonakili. What would be your parting shot to the viewers and the people who are here?
Okay, for the viewers and those who are here, I want to remind you that the concept of property has changed and we better accept it, that property is both physical and intangible, and that intangible property like copyright and related rights should be given the due protection any other property is given, and the creatives should be allowed to exploit and economically gain from their investment in terms of creativity and resources. And the only way we can do that is by avoiding infringement. Use works in respect of which you have properly gotten the consent of the holder. That is the only way we can support the creatives. Do not be perpetrators of infringement, but be promoters of using legitimately acquired copyrighted work. Thank you.
We can start with Alice. She's the CEO of Cryptsense Digital, and I'll let her keep on.
Thank you, Robert, for the intro, and thank you for having us here today. I'm the CEO of Cryptsense, the first institutional-grade digital assets capacity building and management platform in Africa. We're actually based here in Nairobi, Kenya. So our main mission is to actually empower both individuals and institutions on the right knowledge, the right infrastructure, the right expertise in as far as delving into the blockchain digital asset space. Basically having a very solid understanding and also knowing how to best set up the institutions to actually leverage on this ecosystem. So we do this through different models, which is training and capacity building, smart asset management solutions, custodial solutions, and financing, and also a launchpad that supports Web2 companies that are transitioning to the Web3 space. Happy to be here. Thanks.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Could you kindly give Dr. Gikonyo the mic so she can kindly introduce herself as well?
Thank you, Robert. My name is Constance Gikonyo, as been said. I'm a senior lecturer from the University of Nairobi, Faculty of Law.
Oh, thank you. I'm also an alumni of the University of Nairobi, so it's a pleasure to be here on the same panel with the lecturer, Santi. Could you kindly introduce yourself, Jeff, and what you do?
Morning, everyone. I'm Jeff Mkungusi. I serve as the CEO of the Africa Blockchain Center, centered across 6 African countries. Our key main pillars, or more so call to action, is capacity building in blockchain engineering and blockchain as a service, product development across different realms, and also insights that we obtain from research and development through our partners within the Web3 ecosystem, the Web2 ecosystem, government, and also advisors. And the other key aspect that we focus on is incubation and project support within the Web3 ecosystem across the continent. Quite humble to be here.
That's an amazing, we have an amazing panel participants, and as you can see, they're actually in the blockchain and cryptocurrency space. So I think we'll just jump straight into it. This is a question that a lot of you people have been asking me, and that is, what is blockchain technologies and what are cryptocurrencies? So I think we found the perfect people to answer them. So over to you, Alice. What is blockchain and what are cryptocurrencies?
I like to look at blockchain in a very simple way because I'm usually told that if you can't explain this to kids, then you basically have not done your job right, yeah? True. So I don't like using the very big terms, yeah? We'll go DLT technologies, and then we'll go to nodes, and then, so I will just say that look at it as a network of distributed computers. It's a store of records, yeah? So once you input a record on one computer, it's replicated on all the thousands or even millions of computers all over the world, yeah? So this creates transparency. It also creates security. It's verifiable, and at the same time, also it's immutable, in that if you decide to change a certain record, you have to input it as a new block on the ledger itself, yeah? So you can even track the changes in as far as that is concerned. So, transactions are usually processed through this network, through the use of cryptography, yeah? Which is the science of actually protecting and hiding information on the internet, yeah? So that's the simplest explanation I can say about blockchain, yeah? So maybe I can also give it to, my fellow panelists too.
Yeah, for sure. We're definitely looking towards, all different diverse opinions on what it is. Yeah,
I don't think there's anything to add.
She
has actually said it so simply and correctly, because attempting will take us to all those terms she's trying to
avoid. Okay, how about cryptocurrencies then? She's talked about blockchain, so what are cryptocurrencies?
Cryptocurrencies are a form of digital currency, and they're equally different from virtual currencies, as well as some forms of virtual currencies. So, for example, here in Kenya, the central bank has told Kenyans to be wary of cryptocurrency. But at the same time, the central bank has actually issued a paper where they were seeking for views on Kenyans on the introduction of a digital currency. Now, if Kenya were to introduce a digital currency, that would be an electronic form of our Kenya shilling. So instead of having it in the fiat currency, in hard money, that is what they would be issuing, not a cryptocurrency. Now, the cryptocurrencies, you have Ethereum, you have Bitcoin, now utilize the blockchain technology. The node, let me not use nodes, the series of computers and inputting of commands that she's talking about. So you find that there are certain rules. You have to go through the process of mining to create. And for example, Bitcoin, the process of mining is very expensive and you need very powerful computers. But at the same time, you have new versions of cryptocurrencies that do not need as much power so that you can actually mine them on your personal computer at home. So I believe, let me stop there and ask.
Sure.
He definitely will have something
Jeff, please. Actually, Jeff is also a dev. He's a developer, Web3 developer as well, so I'm definitely looking forward to his answer. And while he's answering, he could possibly tell us whether he's ever developed a cryptocurrency as well, because we're hearing all these terms, mining and all.
So I think I'll start with blockchain technology. And I can't say any better than my fellow speakers. The one thing that I'll just want to add is that the key focus of the technology is to provide a sense of trust. And the sense of trust is before any type of data transaction is written on the record-keeping system, people or consensus or group of trustees or group of people who have been aligned or selected to go through these transactions can all be able to agree, and the transaction can be remitted on the chain, of course, utilizing the attributes of blockchain technology, cutting across decentralization, immutability, meaning it cannot be changed, security through cryptography, which has been mentioned, and transparency through a public ledger for everyone to be able to see and verify that the information is true. Around cryptocurrencies is an interesting topic because we see a sense of decentralization where we don't see any type of control that governs a specific token across the universe or across the world. We also see a sense of centralized, decentralized type of approach, where we also see now central bank digital currencies or synthetic tokens playing a part on this, because you have a bit of central authority, but yes, the tokens can be used across border to be able to access utilities in different countries, because they're again verified by the central bank of the preceding or receding country. But the key aspect being that with cryptocurrencies and what is happening in the market as we see, the key value about it is it was supposed to be able to cut some of the limits that the fiat currency provides to the people. And you could be able again to initiate transparent transactions, and anyone in the world can be able to verify that this transaction is quite true, but also utilizing specific elements, which I believe we'll discuss during this session, around anonymity, costs, so on and so forth.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Actually, I've just gone to my next question, which is the use cases of, actually, the first question would be, what problem does crypto solve? Because my former lecturer at the university just mentioned that crypto themselves, they can be used for, I think, the remittances. That was a point you mentioned. So why not using fiat? Like, what has led to the rise of crypto, the use of crypto? That's the question.
One is because people want to engage in transactions freely and faster. As our colleague here has said, with fiat currency, you have to go through their limitations and processes through the central bank or some payment system that is introduced by the central bank of a particular country. But with the cryptocurrencies, we can easily skip those steps and proceed to make the process more seamless. So that is one reason why that is encouraging. Then also the issue of anonymity, which can be good and it can be bad, is encouraging the increase in the use of cryptocurrencies. But allow me, I may be overstepping when I say this right now. The main reason why most people are not appreciating, they're wondering, why aren't central banks saying anything or jumping onto this bandwagon of cryptocurrencies? This is the simple reason. They cannot control cryptocurrencies. It will be, anyone can mine, the value keeps fluctuating. Then we need to remember that the currency of a nation, it's not only about sovereignty of that state. It's also about using currency for purposes of not monitoring, but playing around with the market. You want to increase demand of the dollar, supply of the shilling, all that. That goes now to the realm of economics. Now, if the central bank is having to deal with a currency they can't control, then it means they cannot control those economic aspects like inflation. And therefore, that is why the central banks are tending towards accepting digital currencies, but not cryptocurrencies.
So since you mentioned very, very cogent points, and taking into account the recent, for those who've been following the various financial news, there have been collapse of notable banks, especially in America and Europe. So is it a good thing? Is it cryptocurrencies a good thing in that central banks can't control them, and taking into account the various collapses of the various banks, and at the same time, you're looking at the price of Bitcoin. It's still, can cryptocurrencies be used as a hedge against inflation? I guess that's the question. Taking into account everything that has been happening globally and the collapse of the various banks, the banking or the fiat system, if we may, or the centralized
system. That's a very tricky question. There is no clear-cut answer, to be honest.
I guess you'll have to get then comments from all panelists. Yeah, for sure.
It's a this way and that way kind of question, depending on how you look at it. Let me speak on the disadvantages. I know my colleagues will speak of the advantages.
Sure.
Let me point at disadvantage. There have been quite a number of scenarios where people who have wallets or have exchanges, I think a prominent one was Australian, if I remember, he died. And I don't know whether that case has been resolved, because now the individuals who had they bought cryptocurrencies through his exchange could not access. So it was his family trying to hack into his computer to get the passwords, etc. So that is a disadvantage. But at the same time, the fact that you're flexible and it depends on market forces, it's a good thing if you're using cryptocurrency as a form of investment. Let me...
Sure. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
I think I'll add on to that story.
Sure.
I know the story that she's talking
Please
about.
Please do. For viewers who are floating, here is the background of the Tradify story. So please pay attention, and also the ones who are here.
So the biggest problem was the owner of that exchange actually stored those assets on a hard wallet. Yeah, and if you understand the difference between a soft wallet and a hard wallet, you'll know a hard wallet actually has private keys. So he was the only custodian of his private keys. Yeah, so when he dies, even his wife doesn't know where it is. He said he had stored it in a vault. When they go and check the vault is empty. So there are even rumors that maybe he's not even dead, so yeah. So those are the challenges that, of course, such centralized platforms have that she's explaining. But right now, we are more advanced. That was I think, probably 8 years ago, yeah? Now we are more advanced. We have institutional, infrastructure that is there to make sure that that is curbed and such scenarios do not happen like now. This technology keeps on advancing all the time, yeah? I'll add on to the inflation aspect of cryptocurrencies and why majority of Africans are actually jumping into it, jumping on board, and not just peer-to-peer, also institutions, yeah? Mainly because African currencies are also volatile in themselves as we know it, yeah? Just even Kenya shilling, just look at the Kenya shilling. Those of us who are in institutions right now, we know the dollar shortage. We know the problems that have been there. Like, you know, you're always fighting with the bank every day. I need dollars. We don't have dollars. We don't, you know, like, today, Kenya shilling against the dollar is at 140. Central bank says it's at 129. You know, like those things, yeah? And it's not just here. We have similar cases in Nigeria. We have similar cases in multiple African countries. Inflation is at, you know, skyrocket high. And it's not just in Africa, it's in the world, yeah? So people who have actually been in these systems for quite some time understand the value of stable coins against fluctuating African currencies. So you'll find people actually storing their wealth, yeah, in this form. If you understand what stablecoins are like the replica of digital, of physical paper money, but with backing and verifiable on the blockchain. Yeah, they have reserves. So that means if I move one, stable dollar from my wallet to her wallet, she will receive it as though she has received $1, and she can be able to cash it out for $1 also. Yeah, so many Africans are jumping onto that, basically because of the strength of the dollar against the volatility of the African currencies. Secondly, Africans have also realized the arbitrage opportunity between our own African currencies, yeah? So you'll find stable coins moving from one country to another, basically because of the arbitrage opportunity of converting Kenya shillings to Nigerian shillings or South African rand, you know, and creating that whole loop, yeah? So those opportunities are there, yeah, and people have discovered them, yeah? So there's store of value, and there's also protection against inflation within this ecosystem that people have realized has some value to them.
For sure. Hopefully Jeff can answer a question I'd also posed earlier on, and that's what do cryptocurrencies, what is the impact of the use of cryptocurrencies for the banking institutions, central banks, you know, how will we see them either react to it, either positively or negatively, because we've seen both sides of it, and what actually is the real impact or effect in the ecosystem in itself?
So late last year, we, within the Africa Blockchain Center, were working with the Afrexim Bank on a concept paper on CBDCs and NFTs as well. And the key aspect was on how we can be able to leverage the banking system through blockchain technology, and how can we be able to provide a tokenized ecosystem which can be leveraged by people across Africa. So the key aspect, and I think this is because I've seen a few CBDs that are fully operational, and the reason being that there are so many aspects around tokenomics of the CBDC itself, the utility aspect and the use case value within that particular country. But the unique value proposition about the CBDC is you can be able to access governmental entities or governmental, amenities across different African countries by just pressing a specific button and initiating a CBDC transaction. And within this particular ecosystem and this system, it has its own settling, it has its own remittance system on how you can be able to balance back the fiat and the CBDC itself. But again, which this is up on debate, it still has a central type of governance, which again questions, the decentralized nature of blockchain technology. But besides the central nature as well, it's where they can be able, which of course printed out has good value, which they can be able to access all ledger transactions, and this can be able to be used and verify across each inter-Africa CBDC transactions. But the impact being that, faster transactions, convenience, access to governmental entities, hospitals, schools, name it, across different countries. And this again leads to a specific projected economic growth, in the next 5 years or so.
Thank you for that. I think the next question is, what are the use cases of cryptocurrencies? I'm sure you've been going through some of them, remittances, but I'm sure asking yourself, what is remittances for those who are following us online and those who are here, as well as all this as settlement, using it for settlement of payments. So what are the use cases of cryptocurrencies in Kenya and Africa at large?
Okay, I'll start by explaining the remittance, yeah. So say I am Alice, I'm working in the United States, maybe in the diaspora. I have family here at home in Kenya, and I'm looking for a very efficient way to actually be able to send funds to my family, to my mom maybe, who's in the village, in a way that she can gain value immediately without having to spend so much, yeah. So you come to realize in as far as peer-to-peer transactions are concerned, very many family members in the diaspora actually just prefer using blockchain wallets and e-wallets, and they even teach their members here at home how to be able to use it, yeah? First, because they've discovered that they can do transactions that are peer-to-peer instantly, yeah? Some of these transactions actually just take seconds, as opposed to compared to either using MoneyGram or the SWIFT system, where sometimes the transactions can even take days, yeah, before they actually be able to reflect. So imagine a scenario of an emergency where my mom is sick, she needs money in the hospital, I need to send her money, and I am not in the country, yeah? It's very easy for me to use, either stable coins or Bitcoin in an instant way, and she will have money on her e-wallet and be able to actually find a peer-to-peer person she can trade with locally, either via M-Pesa or any other local transaction that she can use to actually get that physical hands either on her mobile wallet or, on her hands, yeah? So that's a very good use case. Just looking at the remittance aspect of it, of peer-to-peer transactions, yeah? There's now the other of institutional payments, yeah? The same thing I'm talking about when it comes to remittances. We are also having the same problems with different institutions across Africa that have branches in different African countries and are looking to make payments, either branches or partners, and are making payments, yeah? I'll give you a very good case example where I was actually trying to make a payment to a partner in Nigeria, which took, close to 8-9 days. Can you believe it?
What did you use?
SWIFT system, yeah? So of course, because it has to go to another bank account out of the continent, can you believe it? Like, it has to be verified. That transaction has to be verified out of the continent before now it comes back into the continent. And somehow in that process, it just gets lost somewhere, and even starting to actually track from the bank is a huge headache, yeah? 8 days just to process one transaction from Kenya to West Africa. And this is just a very, mere example. Now imagine for businesses that are operating in multiple African countries, surely how do you want them to operate if that is how they have to make payments? What does that do for intra-Africa trade as we know it, yeah? Trade between country to country of goods and services in between borders. What does that do or mean if we're actually taking days to settle payments between, businesses, yeah? So if you understand how to actually leverage on the blockchain to use this infrastructure for such payments, then it becomes easy for you. You save on costs, time at the same time also can gain much more value, yeah, from the platform. So that's just, two good use cases. I'd hand it over also to my panelists to add.
Thank you for that.
She has touched on the issue of real-time payments, that the payments are fast, so you do not waste any time. There is also a reduction in the transaction costs. Using the examples she has given, it's very clear that since we are removing the many intermediaries that are there, then the cost of making the transaction is simpler. They also facilitate the micropayments. You want to pay for low-cost goods over the internet. Why do we need to use the fiat currency? We can use cryptocurrency to very easily make those micro payments.
Wow, thank you for that.
I think most have been exhausted though, but I'll just add on two. First one is around security. Reason being that blockchain technology is quite interesting. The private chains, permissionless chains, public chains, hybrid chains, side chains, so on and so forth. But the unique aspect about it is the same state of data you have saved or initiated any transaction. If you wanted to do a track and trace initiative 6 years to come, you'll still find the same information 6 years ago. And that's quite interesting because when you have Web2 databases like SQL, Mongo database, or all these other databases, it's easy for somebody who has high-level privilege access to be able to modify the database, and you can't get real-time trail of all these transactions and logs. Maybe somebody has carried out to pay for a payment, or as mentioned, high-frequency microtransactions, or doing specific audits. But with blockchain technology, you can just download a specific ledger, and you get like gigabytes and terabytes of data per the transactions being carried out from the business. So that's a unique value proposition. Second thing is just automation. And it's been touched as well because it eradicates specific middlemen. But again, it automates specific repeated processes. Because with smart contracts, you can be able to lay out, okay, let's say I'm a merchant who's selling tomatoes. Within my ecosystem, let's say there are 3 people. There's the transport guy who brings lorries for me to sell the tomatoes. There is the company which I have to pay. So every Friday, I have to initiate a transaction of 50,000 Kenya shillings. And I do this weekly because I need tomatoes to go and sell to the market for profit. So with smart contracts, you can be able to lay out the first actor as me, the merchant, the transporter, and let's say the manufacturing or the specific agricultural farm. And with this, you lay out the specific rules that defines that particular actor. You can lock money within a smart contract, and you can forget this for like 10 years. So the same smart contracts, automates the same process flow within the system's ecosystem. And the person gets paid in time and you get your quality tomatoes. But if a specific rule is violated, then the transaction is not initiated, that's one. And 2, if there are specific people who have to agree to initiate this transaction, all of them are notified so that they can go through what the problem is before remitting that particular transaction. So it's a powerful concept because it creates a trust ecosystem. And this is where you see most like decentralized autonomous organizations being purely governed by smart contracts. And these are just organizations which have zero central authority, but they purely work based on trust.
Wow, thank you for that. And you actually mentioned something about smart contracts. And this being a legal event, I'm sure the lawyers are wondering, what is a smart contract? So Alice, could you kindly take us through what smart contracts are and their potential use cases? I believe Jeff has mentioned one, in decentralized financing. He gave a perfect example for the tomato farmer or the tomato seller who's, getting the delivery of the tomatoes at 50,000 Kenya shillings. So he puts it in a smart contract. So what is a smart contract?
On top of that, actually, I wanted to add one more use case.
Wow,
I think that we've left out, banking the unbanked, financial inclusion. That's very important, and we actually left that out, So these types of instant payments actually create opportunities for, low-income earners to actually be onboarded onto affordable products that really don't have such a very high, a barrier to entry, You just need your ID for your KYC. You need a smartphone with a connected internet, and you can onboard with as little as 500 shillings. And there you have your own digital wallet and can start performing transactions. So that's a very, very important use case that we may have left out. Okay, now on to the smart contracts. So these are specific contracts and sets of rules actually on Ethereum blockchain. Actually, this came about from the Ethereum blockchain, where you can actually be able to input a certain set of rules on the blockchain, verifiable for such similar transactions to be processed on an automated way. Yeah, so just look at it as physical contracts. Now we know physical contracts, the ones that we normally draft with a hand, and then that goes through so many intermediaries before the approval or what. So smart contracts are just like physical contracts, but on code. Yeah, on code and on the blockchain and automated. Yeah, thus comes now what Jeff broke down as now the automation of processes through smart contracts. Yeah, so I'm sure actually Jeff would have so much more to say about this. Yeah, but that is my simplest, way of transferring knowledge to people.
Now, that was quite enlightening. So it's a code, it's a contract that's on a code that's on a blockchain. That's simple. That's what a smart contract is, and it's automated. Okay.
Robert, if I may please add,
Please.
To put it in a language the lawyers will understand, smart contracts are a set of promises specified in a digital format that act as the basis upon which the parties in a transaction fulfill their specific promises. So the happenings of that contract are automatic. When a party does what is required, the contract is effected. Now, in as much as these smart contracts are good, allow me please to raise an issue. This is where now what we have been taught in law school for very many years world over is thrown into some disarray. What are the requirements for a valid contract? There must be an offer, acceptance, consideration, all those things. Now, in a smart contract, based on the definition we have, how do we ensure all those formalities are taken care of? So that is actually one of the legal issues that is coming up in relation to the smart contracts.
Thank you for that.
So the simplest way to look at a smart contract is anyone in the room who has ever bought anything in your life, a pen, a car, a bag, a book. Now, when you went to the shop to buy this item, without being spoken, there's specific unspoken rules between you and the person selling the good, isn't it? You pay the guy gives you the book, or the guy gives you the item. Simple. That's business logic. It's actually, it's logic that governs our lives every day. When we want to buy stuff, when you want to send money, even through UBA or M-Pesa. M-Pesa has a logic because when you send money from person A to person B, then it cuts your cost, isn't it? Has anyone complained? No, because it's at the end of the day, they have to make money, isn't it? Yeah. So it's the same thought process. So imagine the same business logic, but purely written by code. And the key aspect being that, and mentioned again by my fellow speakers, is to eradicate some of the issues, removing the middleman, increasing faster microcurrency transactions, scaling as well, because when you scale to 10 different countries, initiating all these transactions, you can't keep track of all these transactions. So you need at least an automated element or module, which again just tracks all this logic across all these actors within your business and helps your business grow. So you're not more focused on just looking at how the transactions are, inbound and outbound transactions are happening, but you're focused on the key aspects of your company, in terms of strategy, in terms of how you're scaling, in terms of whether you're increasing initiatives and return on investment, so on and so forth. So that's the core use, and that's the simplest explanation of a smart contract. Just to comment on the smart contract legal issue, it's true. It's actually a legal issue that is being recognized by IMF and all other governing bodies in the crypto ecosystem. And one of the attempts they're trying to solve this is through prominent, stringent governance frameworks that govern how the smart contracts are written and executed as well.
Hopefully we'll get to see Kenyan lawyers participating in that.
Robert, if I may add on to
Please
the point he's brought up lastly, actually the fact that there is no regulatory framework for cryptocurrencies and smart contracts is creating a problem. Because as lawyers, we know that when there's a problem, look at the regulatory framework. It will give you some guidance on what you can or cannot do. Now, most of these frameworks are not currently existing. Yes, they are being developed, but they're currently not existing. So that also now poses another legal challenge. Then, okay, there are other legal challenges. I will wait for you to get before I mention them. So please continue with your question.
Actually, just mentioned something really important, and that's on the legal and regulatory framework of cryptocurrencies in, let's say, Kenya. And we've recently seen the Capital Markets Amendment Bill. Actually, it's been officially published, and you can get a copy of it from the Kenya Gazette. So we want to discuss its provisions and whether the legal regulatory frameworks contained in it will actually, whether they'll be helpful, and thank God we have the right professionals for it. So Alice, any comments on the Capital Markets Amendment Bill, which seeks to, introduce cryptocurrencies and tax them, either as capital gains or income tax? Any commentaries on that?
I think there's some valid points that have been picked out and brought to life within the amendment bill, which is good. We are seeing some progress. But I also keep in mind that Kenya, we are really lagging. Like, we are so lagging in as far as developing an ecosystem that basically supports blockchain to thrive and cryptocurrencies to thrive because of regulation being behind, yeah? I like to pick examples from some of the countries that are actually way, way ahead in the world. If you look at what Switzerland has been doing, these guys have actually been having a very collaborative ecosystem, clean regulation, 10 years into building blockchain solutions, integrating with their banking system, integrating with their regulatory framework, very clean tax systems, and this country actually leads globally in as far as blockchain and fintech innovation is concerned. Another very good use case I'd like to look at is South Africa, with the Reserve Bank of South Africa actually having their own digital assets department since the year 2018. Yeah, it begs the question, we have been in discussion and in research for 5 years. What have we been discussing and researching just to come up with an amendment bill to tax? Like, I think we really need to pull up our socks in as far as creating an ecosystem that actually can basically help this new innovation, these emerging technologies and the startups to be able to thrive, because it's for the benefit of the whole economy if we work together to create a very robust ecosystem, and an ecosystem that actually factors in interoperability, new innovations. How can we use this ecosystem to actually benefit the economy, benefit the youth, even bring in more investment into the country, yeah, as a whole, as a tech hub and a tech innovative country. So I think maybe once we just came up with the M-Pesa, innovation, people just sat down and decided, everything is okay, yeah? We are the leading in fintech globally, yeah? People did not see the disruption that is coming with blockchain, yeah? The regulators probably did not see that, and this is when now it's like people are having a knee-jerk reaction, yeah? This is when people are, it's like they're in shock, they're like, okay, now this is serious, now we need to figure it out. But I think starting from a tax perspective, I think we should start from an innovation, test bed, interoperability perspective, as opposed to starting backwards. Yeah.
For sure. That is quite a challenge to the lawyers who are present and who are listening. I think we have a lot to do because we're the ones who will help draft the various policies. And Alice has actually mentioned some notable countries such as Switzerland, and also our neighbors in Africa, not in neighbors per se, but South Africa. So hopefully we can borrow a leaf from them, and we can lead the way through the use of innovation. As much as taxation and raising the tax base for the government is important, hopefully we can view regulation from an innovation perspective. Thank you for that.
Robert, if I may defend the Capital Markets Authority.
Please do.
And, they in no way have sent me here to represent them.
I hope so.
Actually, our Capital Markets Authority is really trying hard. They have adopted the sandbox technique to try and adopt these new changes and technologies. So, for example, you can see that they have accepted that cryptocurrency may not be, we will not accept it as legal tender That's the work of the Central Bank of Kenya. But for the CMA, they're looking at it, what is its potential as an asset that one can have and trade in. And that's where they're using the sandbox approach to deal with this, so that they're trying. And I understand when they are being cautious, because should anything happen to the common mwananchi if they invest, we will run to say, what was the Capital Markets Authority doing? Why did they not warn us? Why did they not? So they have to be cautious, because it's not only, I agree in some developed world they're moving fast, but if you look even at other jurisdictions like America, they're treading carefully. No one is fully cognizant or understanding this new world we are going into. So everyone is going safe, taking safe steps. But at the same time, the government needs income. So the government cannot ignore that we need to tax. So actually, according to the tax amendment, all income accrued through a digital marketplace is now subject to income tax. And that is where they're saying that digital marketplaces are defined as electronic platforms that facilitate the direct interaction between buyers and sellers of goods and services through electronic means. And that is how now it becomes possible to tax, cryptocurrencies that's being sold through the exchanges, etc., whether locally or internationally. So that revenue is needed. We can't ignore. And a lot of transactions, they are increasing. Why should the government not get that money?
Just to quote Thomas Jefferson, the certainties of life are death and taxes, so I guess cryptos won't be an exception.
Yeah, I think, reading it today in the morning and just having insightful conversations with a couple of professors, I think CMA's approach is quite interesting. I think it's the first step in terms of adoption as well. And I agree. I mean, there's so much, from billions and billions of dollars just, passing through exchanges by the different values of the tokens. But then again, there are also a couple of questions as well, which we're still discussing and just trying to figure out this concept, through anonymity as well of different transactions, sub-wallet transactions, all these computational concepts that basically you can initiate the same crypto transaction without visibility, which other people do, traders do. But then again, besides the point, and looking at mass adoption across different continents, I think it's a first step. But then again, my biggest question will be, what, besides the sandbox, which some of the developers I'm working with have interacted with, what else, what are some of the points which they're taking up in terms of innovation, is the biggest question. Because like right now, today in the morning, I got a question from one of my senior engineers. Okay, we have a lot of people working on specific crypto solutions, but they're working in silos. Why? Because, they don't really understand, that this taxation aspect, which is new, and people have to decipher it on their own. But besides that, how is that supporting innovation? Which was a hard question for me to answer. I'm still thinking about it though. But that's also something we also have to take up and see, okay, in terms of innovation as well, how can we support that? Because that will also bring in more money to the government as well.
Thank you for that. I think we can go to a final question. And this is, what are the risks associated with using cryptocurrencies in business transactions? And the reason for this question is, actually, when I was just leaving, I had a discussion before the session. I had a discussion with one of the attendees about their views on cryptocurrencies, and what they said was just fraud. And I asked them about the Capital Markets Amendment Bill and what they think about it. And they told me it was fraud, anti-money laundering, and counter-terrorism. They have this this perception, which is is it real? Is it true? And also, while you're answering it, could you compare it with the current, let's call it the traditional banking system? when you're talking about instances of occurrences of fraud, money laundering, and counterterrorism financing, where is it prevalent? Is it true? Is the narrative true? Is this the danger of a single story, as Chinua should say? Thank you.
Actually, that when I was coming here today, my legal heart was very much on. I was more focused on the legal issues surrounding cryptocurrencies. So, if I may, there are a number. We've already raised the issue of the absence of a well-defined legal framework. Yeah. We've also talked about the contractual issues, which therefore means if a dispute arises in a contract, how do we solve it? We cannot pinpoint some of those aspects that are key to what we know as, to help us in determining the validity of a contract. Then you also have jurisdictional issues. Remember, as we were told at the beginning, it's about different computers, different nodes to carry out these activities. So these computers, these nodes, are in different jurisdictions. So if a dispute arises, which law will be applicable? So jurisdictional issues arise. And even tracing where those nodes are. Some of them, because of the anonymity, you may not be able to trace them if somebody wants to hide. So that raises issues. You have also issues of data theft and financial fraud as comes in because, again, and this is brought in by this aspect of anonymity, makes it very easy to use for fraud. Just look at the Silk Road case, famous where it was an underground dark web and where cryptocurrencies were used. So fraud was perpetuated in that way. Then you also have, by the way, data theft is very possible. There's the narrative that cryptocurrencies are anonymous. But actually, research has shown that with the advancement in technology, it's actually possible to trace and get the information backwards. I believe even the BBC has done a story on that. And Cornell University professor has actually done specific research on this. So that anonymity is, let's say, is not 100%. It may be actually possible to trace back, which means somebody's data can actually be found and released. So that interferes with your privacy. Then there are IP issues that come in with this technology, even pinpointing who owns the IP, who breached whose IP, another whole discussion there. You have the resolution of disputes. As you said, in a normal situation, when you're transacting using a bank, should anything happen in between, you have recourse. You can first go to the bank and say, look, this has happened. And the bank will tell you, don't worry, we'll look into this matter and try to resolve it. Who do you run to when you want to resolve a problem that has arisen from using cryptocurrency? That intermediary, like a bank, that intermediary authority, really may not be in existence. You also have the issue of money laundering, brought in by the fact that with this aspect of anonymity, people are using it to clean dirty funds. You invest in cryptocurrencies, no one will know who you are. Then when you've cleaned the money, cash it. And you have your clean money on the other end. And these are some of the aspects, like money laundering, that are making governments to be cautious. Because this is something they have no control over. It's under the control of somebody else. Not of computers. Exactly, belonging to somebody else. So I agree there are benefits, but at the same time, we cannot overlook or ignore some of the potential problems that are there.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, your question was?
The question was the rise in use of cryptocurrencies. So the counterterrorism, the fraud, is it quite prevalent in the crypto world? And if you were to, check the statistics or quantify it, why is fraud more prevalent? Is it more prevalent in the banking or the traditional financial system or the crypto system? So is it a dangerous narrative that is being peddled out there to stifle, the adoption of cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology?
Okay, so my comment on that would be that There are two things that we also have to break down. So the first one is the core purpose of this financial system, or the cryptocurrency as mentioned. Bitcoin was the first ever application built on blockchain network. The first paper released more so talking about how we could be able to utilize the benefits and create a unique financial system. So remember, the platform which was built was agnostic, for people to use and build their own custom solutions. That's the first aspect. Second aspect is human behavior and human psychology. Most of the things we're seeing in the crypto ecosystem, people say it's the crypto system or technology itself, but then again, the technology is agnostic. There are people who have used to build solutions, there are people who have used to build healthcare facilities, so on and so forth. But then again, remember, the people, because it's a question of ethics. FTX went down because of ethics. We saw the biggest collapsed bank in Silicon Valley because of ethics. We saw the crash of some of the biggest coins because of ethics. So human psychology and ethics also should be its own discussion and conversation. Because who are these people who are behind these solutions? How do they handle some of their processes? And are they ethically correct? Because remember, the technology, if you code, this is one joke we mostly do with a lot of engineers, is when you code, the biggest problem is you. The code is always correct. You tell it what to do, and it does. You specify the time span, and it will execute within the time span and expires when the time span basically ends. But in regards to some of the mishaps within the ecosystem, I think it's a question of ethics we need to pose to the public.
Thank you for that. Alice, with the rise of cryptocurrencies, what risks do businesses face? That was the question. If any at all.
Yeah, definitely a number of risks, yeah. First and foremost is their understanding of what blockchain and crypto is. I feel like there are a lot of misconceptions, especially in Africa, in differentiating blockchain, digital assets, crypto, Ponzi's. Yeah, we have to mention them, and real use cases of these types of technologies, yeah. So the risks are definitely there, and they're huge, especially if you have lack of understanding of what this technology is, the descriptive terms, difference between tokens, cryptocurrencies. I think, Robert, you mentioned to me yesterday, someone actually was thinking that blockchain is metaverse. I don't know,
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
like people, there's just too much everywhere, and the internet doesn't even make it easy for us. So the internet even makes it worse, yeah, because now we have these pump and dump schemes, we have these social media influencers always tell you, buy this coin, buy, and now we have the youth caught up in all that hula baloo. And to me, honestly, it's just a lot of hula baloo, yeah? We need to actually go down to the basics, yeah? Understand what is this technology, understand it from a technology perspective, then now go through the learning process of, okay, it started with Bitcoin. Do I have a Bitcoin wallet? Do I know what a hot wallet is? Do I know what a hard wallet is? Can I do a test on a hot wallet, on a hard wallet? Like those, do I know what a centralized exchange is? Can I easily navigate a centralized exchange? Can I navigate a decentralized exchange? Like those simple things, yeah? Go down to the basics, because we start through empowering each other. If you empower one person in an institution, that person can teach the other team members the right way of doing it, and it causes a ripple effect, yeah? Another reason as to why I feel as though also institutions have been lagging in adoption of these types of technologies, the lack of understanding, lack of structures. It's not possible to even verify these platforms. Which platform do you trust? Which don't you trust? Everything is everywhere on the internet. It's confusing for someone who's just stepping, into this world for the very first time, yeah? And that confusion even creates a lack of even wanting to step forward. You just pull back and say, that's not my zone, I'm not going to to get into there because everything is everywhere and it's confusing, yeah? So I think also as leaders, we have a responsibility to actually transfer these types of knowledge in the simplest way possible, you know, using the right verifiable systems that are there that we have used. If it's an institution, the needs are totally different from just a peer-to-peer interaction. So we also need to learn how to break that down, see the value for different industries, and basically just step into leadership roles where we can empower other people to be able to see the value and gain the value from the ecosystem. Yeah, this is to protect users.
Thank you for that. I think as we get your final parting shots from all the panelists, I think it's important to mention that actually the Law Society of Kenya Nairobi branch partnered recently with the Africa Blockchain Center and Crypsense Digital Group to provide basic information and basic knowledge on blockchain and its applications as well as cryptocurrencies. And we'll be rolling out the program soon. So please keep an eye out for that in our social media platforms, and I'll also update you. Hopefully you'll get to learn more about all these terms you're hearing, from the smart contracts, the tokenomics, and everything else. And it won't sound like Greek. But yeah, let's jump into the parting shots. Thank you.
Mine is always education first, yeah? Education, please don't dive in, jump into what you don't understand, you know. And I would see also the same problem with leaders, with regulators. You know, we've actually even seen some of our leaders go down in this ecosystem, jumping into something they really don't understand, you know. Like, there's still a lot of unanswered questions, and I think the best way we can actually be able to break this down and come up with a collaborative ecosystem is if we all sit down on one table and we all, you know, put the challenges there on the table for all of us to clearly understand, and then now we can start finding collaborative solutions as the startup ecosystem and also as the regulatory and legal ecosystem. Thanks.
I'll give my parting shot from the perspective of a lawyer. As lawyers, I agree 100%, we need to understand this ecosystem of cryptocurrencies and blockchain, because blockchain is not bad. Actually, enough of the problems we keep complaining of at the Lands Office can be solved using blockchain technology. And actually, a government committee that was headed by Dr. Bitang Ndemo, actually, yes, the task force, actually advised on the use of blockchain technology in some of those aspects. For us as lawyers, in addition to understanding, we need to be very careful because of the potential of cryptocurrency being used for financial crime. And we could find ourselves as individuals or our law firms tied up in that area, either money laundering, bribery, tax avoidance issues. You could find yourself in court. So we need to be very careful about that. And one way is being informed better about it. Because indeed, the era of cryptocurrency and blockchain is going to change how we do law, for sure. Thank you.
So I think just as a last comment, if we go back, allow me to take you back in time. So when we move back to the Web 1 era, there are also some specific issues, you know, the 2001, 2, where we're actually starting out with the WW3 or, you know, the World Wide Web, when we're starting accessing specific internet resources where you could only read and you couldn't even write anything back in the day. Then we transitioned from that to artificial intelligence and Web 2, around read and write. But then again, these are also new concepts which we didn't even know. Also, as researchers and scientists didn't know whether it will work or not. But for some reason, somehow, most people are using ChatGPT now. 3 is the read, write, record era, which we are in now, focusing on blockchain technology. And when we had all these emerging trend technologies, you know, it's a bit scary as well, because we don't really know the core limits of the technology itself. We don't know what other issues might arise. We don't know what other benefits, basically what's being said and all information online is already verified by research, but there's still more research to be done. There's still more work to be done as well. And to the legal side, I think we need a much more informed ecosystem as lawyers or legal partners, where you can't decipher or know how to make a judgment if mostly you're not informed. But then again, I also respect that as legal professionals, it might not be easy to decipher this with all the jargons mentioned here in front. But then again, being part of an informed ecosystem that looks at technology itself, emerging technology, law, and the parameters in which it can play within the technological realm should be one of the frontier points that we should take out of this room as a call to action.
Thank you for that. I just want to thank my panelists for making the time. And we'll definitely have, we can definitely ask questions. For those who have questions, please feel free. Are there any questions in the room? Kindly.
Hi, everyone. My name is Edith Omundi. I'm here to represent ASEC, Association of Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya. So we are the voice of the startups. We are the voice of the SMEs here. So my question is, how can we stand in the gap? How can we help our SMEs and startups, in the context of blockchains and all the crypto things that people don't really understand very well? I agree that there is that solid gap that needs to be filled. So as an association, how can we stand in the gap to help curb all this?
My answer will be very simple. Partner with Africa Blockchain Center. They're here, always ready to partner for capacity building, especially with government bodies, representatives like yourself, to empower the masses. Yeah. So we basically are up for it. We are up for SMEs, we are up for institutions, we are up for regulators. We are there basically to build their capacity, and that's why we do what we do. Yeah, we thrive out of building capacity from, organizations, institutions, people, basically teaching the right education in as far as blockchain from a technology and infrastructure perspective, and also from a user perspective. Yeah, so yeah, reach out to Jeff, please.
Panelists they'll be around, so don't worry, don't run away after the session. They'll be around for a few, hopefully an hour or so. Thank you.
I think that was more of your question.
So I think I'd say three things. One which has been mentioned around empowerment. You can actually be shocked if you empower somebody through technology and what they can do. That's one of my mentors who once told me late last year. That's the first. Second is how an SME or a small medium enterprise or micro small medium enterprise can connect with a technology is more so through convenience. So we need to develop much more relatable use cases that they can be able to connect with. Because the biggest issue is if I want to move money from point A to Ghana to my mother to buy tomatoes so that she can go to sell, and I can't do that, then she lacks money on that day, isn't it? So the convenience will be, how can I do a quick transaction to my mother there to be able to buy tomatoes? The same principle as M-Pesa. M-Pesa has a horrific UI. And the user interface cuts across every phone because it's a distributed system. But it solves one key problem. I can send money right now from where I'm seated to Athi River with just the press of a button. I don't really need to know what's happening behind, but I just need to send money, and the effect will be felt because I'll get a call, somebody telling me thank you, isn't it? So we also need to be quite cautious, and this also connects with a lot of research as well, because we also don't really know That's what came out. We don't really know what core problems MSMEs and SMEs are actually going through. And when you go to the ground and work with them 2 days, you'll actually see the world differently. Because when you code these solutions, you're in with a couple of engineers and you're thinking, okay, this solution makes sense. But when you go to the ground, it doesn't, they don't really connect with it because they don't really understand our audience. And as Africans, Africa is quite unique because 60% of Africans are 25 years and below. And this is the youngest continent. That's why you see multiple companies flying in Africa, injecting billions and billions of dollars because they see the opportunity. And most countries, the demography, if you look at the demography globally, Africa is leading. And that's quite powerful because, again, it's a very fast-paced ecosystem because the problems that we face, we have a couple of solutions coming out, and then you have a problem for the solution, you have a problem of a solution, which is quite interesting if you keep track of the innovations happening in Africa. But the unique thing about it is we also need to take it upon ourselves to understand the core problems SMEs and MSMEs face every day, and how we can be able to build flexible, seamless solutions which can enable them conveniently to solve these problems. And then we also need to, and touching from my speaker's comment, we need to touch again on empowerment and capacity building.
Oh, thank you for that. Are there any more questions?
Actually, Robert,
Sure.
somebody's saying, I think to sum it up, what they have both said is knowledge and adaptability. It's finding a solution, adapting it to suit the needs of that SME. So that it's not just saying we have a solution, take it. It must be adapted to satisfy or to solve the problem that the MSME or the SME has.
Thank you for that. I think we can close this panel session. Like I mentioned, the panelists will still be around, and we can do a 5-minute health break, then we can go to our next session. I think we can take a photo, an official photo with the photographer for this panel discussion. I want to thank all the followers, all the people watching us online, as well as all the people who spared a couple of minutes to attend this insightful session. Asante sana. And we as the LSK, thank you. session, this is just an announcement. The afternoon session will be pitches from various startups who have exhibited outside. Hopefully you've managed to go through the various stands, and hopefully you'll find some time and come and see the various pitches, because they're quite innovative solutions. So this is the final panel discussion session, and it will mirror the previous discussions on emerging digital technologies with a focus on blockchain and cryptocurrencies. So straight off the bat, for those users who are joining us online, this is the final panel discussion for the day, and it's on emerging digital technologies, and thank you for being here. So we just want to, let me start by introducing my panelists. This is Lorena. He's a crypto educator, and he'll tell us more about what he does. And this is Rosaline, and she's also a crypto enthusiast, stakeholder, and an educator as well. And I'd say a mentor to me. Yeah, thank you. So I think we can start, yeah? Could you kindly turn on the mic? Yeah.
Yep, it's on.
Just introduce yourself, what you do, and yeah, just that.
All right, thank you so much. For those joining online and those in person, thank you for this opportunity to have this conversation. My name is Rosaline Wanjiru. I'm an economist by training, and I have taken a special interest in the digital economy at large, but now with a focus on emerging technologies such as blockchain, digital currencies, and supporting ecosystems related to that. I'm a contributor with the Forbes Digital Assets team, where I write about adoption of cryptocurrencies in Africa and the regulatory landscape. And I also work with Nile Capital, which is a digital assets research firm. So I'm happy and honored to be part of today's session.
Yes, my name is Munene Mathendu, and I'm usually a crypto educator, does a lot of education into the community, trying to grow the community as well. My background is in tech, specifically cybersecurity, but I found myself in the blockchain space, and I think I found a home from here now. Yeah.
My name is Sharon Murugi. I am the co-founder of Kamusi DAO, which basically aims to simplify and translate Web3 terminology, to languages like Swahili. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here, and the aim, I think, would be to gain more, or rather to educate people about Web3 and the blockchain technology.
All right. So to start with, I think I'd like to cover fiat currencies first. So fiat currencies are any legal tender issued by any government. So think of all the normal currencies you know of. For instance, Kenyan shilling, that's a fiat currency. The US dollar, it's a fiat currency. Now, cryptocurrencies on the other end, they are digital versions of, they are digital forms of currencies. So cryptocurrencies have some distinct differences though with fiat currencies. For cryptocurrencies, you'll find that they are decentralized in that there's no central control, as opposed to fiat currencies which are mainly controlled by the government of the issuing government. Other differences are like, cryptocurrencies are permissionless, and they are like censorship resistant just because of their decentralized nature. So that's the main distinct differences between fiat currencies and cryptocurrencies. But for cryptocurrencies, they're just digital currencies which are decentralized. Yep.
Thank you for that. I hope that was You have something to add, or any comment on that, on cryptos, what they are, and difference between fiat currencies?
I think there's, or rather, many people's first interaction with cryptocurrencies were mainly, through scams. I am one of the individuals, but I think people need to realize, as much as those exist, they're actually, like, as the previous panel expounded on that, I think the use cases in Africa especially are something to definitely look into, because we have the most to gain. So yeah, I definitely think this is something we should go into.
So I think the next question is, are cryptocurrency securities? Because that's a discussion that's been going on for a while. I think Rosalind can take over from this. Yeah.
Okay, so this has been a contentious debate, more so in the last 2 years. And unfortunately, it hasn't come from a good place, because it's been in the wake of several cryptocurrencies either collapsing or losing value significantly, that now we start to ask, are they securities or not? But for the longest time, they've been assets, right? Now, beginning with the first principles that these are payment gateways. For example, Bitcoin in the white paper is that it's a peer-to-peer payment system, similar to M-Pesa, that you will connect somebody's phone number and yours, then that's the gateway to send money. But now with a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin, it's that it's connecting two email addresses to send money. That's the simple, basic principle. Now, I love going to first principles, because you get to understand something by the foundation, right? And the foundation determines how far something, or how strong a structure can be. So if we want to look at now cryptocurrencies as securities, which is, say, let me call this like 3 layers away from them being payments first. Let's use the growth of M-Pesa as a good example, right? So back in the day when people started learning how to use M-Pesa, they would not keep a balance of any money per se on their mobile wallets, because it was just beneficial to move, maybe to go to an agent, deposit money, send it, and then you're done. But over time you realize you don't want to go to the agent every other day, or several times per day. So you'll deposit, let's say, instead of 1,000 initially, you'll put 15,000 and keep that balance in your wallet a bit longer. Now, the concept of holding cryptocurrencies, or now in parallel to money, that being a unit of account, or a store of value, this is where now the debate begins, that are cryptocurrencies stores of value? And yes, we've seen people holding cryptocurrencies and not just speculating. Because yes, you can use them for payment, and that's why we have stable coins, which do not fluctuate in value. But we also have those cryptocurrencies which have speculative value. Now, that they are being speculated upon, or that they're being held as a store of value, doesn't automatically make them securities. And there's also the concept of the Howey test, that if it applies to stock, in the sense that it applies to stocks, that it has to have an investment contract, there's an expectation of profit, and there's a company that's actually doing business for this stock to gain value. And it fully applies to stocks. But let's break it down in comparison to cryptocurrencies. So is there an investment contract? No, it is arbitrary that if I choose to buy this particular cryptocurrency, I do it at my own discretion, right? And I'm engaging with another peer. It is not under a specific jurisdiction, again, because most cryptocurrencies are decentralized. So if we force cryptocurrencies to be centralized, arguably, then they might fall under the Howey test in terms of an expectation of profit. But the other flaw in this has been that a lot of cryptocurrencies don't just go up in value, they tumble down. So for regulators who tend to look at, okay, look at this cryptocurrency, there's money flowing. Yes, there's money flowing, but there are people losing at the same time. So I think we need to bring it to a step-by-step acknowledgement that the first principle is payment. The second is a store of value, which again, not everybody uses it for. But now the third one, for it to qualify as a security, needs to pass the Howey test. And most cryptocurrencies fail that test. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Sounds like she's a lawyer. So I think the next question is towards our crypto educator, Mr. Lorena, and it's with regard to exchanges. So what are exchanges in the crypto world? Types of exchanges, centralized exchanges, decentralized exchanges, and what is their impact with regard to crypto transactions? Thank you.
So when it comes to the question of exchanges, I like to first, specifically for our viewers, for instance, you want to, you've identified a company that you want to actually, invest with. So the first step you'd take is, this company, for instance, has some shares somewhere. So you'd go to, for instance, Nairobi Stock Exchange and find the listed companies and buy, right? Now, for similar case, we have cryptocurrencies. Now, how do you get to buy and sell these particular currencies? So it's through these particular exchanges. Exchanges are basically marketplaces where you can buy, you can sell, and you can trade cryptocurrencies. Now, we have different kinds of exchanges. And in the blockchain space, you'll find centralized exchanges. They are usually represented as CEX, SEX. Then we have decentralized exchanges, which are represented as DEX, that's decentralized exchanges, DEX. Now, for centralized exchanges, these are exchanges like Binance, where you have, it's actually centralized, where you actually log in using your username and a password, where, KYC is done, basic AML is done. So for decentralized exchanges on the other end, it's you log in using your wallet. So I believe Sharon will talk to us about Web3. When I say you log in using your wallet, I mean you don't need to do KYC. You just download what we call a wallet to interact with the blockchain. We'll talk about the blockchain. And then for these particular exchanges, you just go and connect to that particular exchange through your private key, public key verification. So I know we've used big words here. I'm trying to make it simpler. So for decentralized exchanges, a wallet is basically like what you have in your pocket, just a wallet. So it holds different assets, may it be, cryptocurrencies or NFTs or different assets which can exist on the blockchain space. Now, for decentralized exchanges, you get to store your own keys. So they work by a concept called basic encryption, where it's a public key, private key encryption, where you store your own private keys and they generate a unique public key, which we call a public address. So this particular public address is what you interact with on that particular exchange. So there's no KYC done on decentralized exchanges. Now, what's the impact of such kind of decentralized exchanges where we don't have KYC? So there were some underlying problems where while crypto transactions are actually pseudonymous, if you cannot see the entry point or all the transactions were done offline, then you are not able to necessarily track those transactions. The other problem would be in case of, for instance, stolen money. This can be done through decentralized exchanges, which is not so good. Now, for centralized exchanges, they do basic KYC, but they also have their own advantages. So for centralized exchanges, you'll often find there's a lot of liquidity. Liquidity basically means there's a lot of money that can be traded, that can be exchanged. So unlike decentralized exchanges. So it's now you to choose your poison, yeah.
Oh, thank you for that, quite informative. And I'm actually given a few examples of centralized exchanges such as Binance, so you can definitely check that out. Next question is towards Sharon, and it's more on decentralized autonomous organizations. that word came up in the earlier discussion or the earlier session, and I think we want to explore what it is, what it means, and what are the legal implications, if any, for any person interested in joining a DAO. And also, how do I join a DAO, and are there any Kenyan DAOs?
So a DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization. So when you think of a DAO, think of a chama, how they run. No one is really in control. Every member has a say, and the activities are carried out within the the DAOs. So everyone can say if you are voting for something, we can vote for it or vote against it. So yeah, we have a couple of Kenyan DAOs actually. We have Benkiko DAO, we have Kenya Blockchain Ladies DAO, we have Kamusi DAO, Chama DAO. There are plenty of DAOs at the moment, and what they aim to do is bring people together and sort of build a community and foster education. No, this is a relatively new concept in Kenya. Not so much in the blockchain space, but the adoption has been pretty okay, yeah. And as lawyers, you can get involved in DAOs. Not as a member, yes, but also helping with the setup. Because there still needs to be the regulatory issues that need some of the legal advice. Also helping with the setup of the DAO, checking the smart contracts that govern the DAOs. Yeah.
That's amazing to hear. So for all the lawyers who are in this room, I hope you've heard that's a new opportunity for you. There's work needed to be done in the DAOs, setting up the DAOs and coming up with was it the regulations? So that's a business opportunity. So how do you join a DAO?
Well, you just get a couple of like-minded individuals. Like Kamusi DAO started with 4 people. Over time, it grew. And you can be as many or as little as you want to be. But yeah, as long as you have the decentralization aspect, also the fact that everyone has a say, yeah.
Wow, thank you for that. So I think that's self-explanatory, right? So I think we can go to the next question. Mr. Lorena, could we just pass glove over through the Capital Markets Amendment Bill? If, what are your comments about it with regard to, the seeking to actually recognize crypto assets as digital assets, if we may? And what impact will that have to the, the financial ecosystem, if there will be at all, or any?
I think I'll start with a comment I read somewhere. I can't remember the actual name they gave it, but when seemingly underdeveloped countries adopt a disruptive technology quite quick, and they are able to execute quite fast, as opposed to developed countries trying to come up with, all sorts of regulation, all sorts of, trying to have builds which can take long. So what happens is these seemingly underdeveloped nations kind of have a leap forward, have a jump over the developed nations. So in that case, my comment would be, first, it's a good move to recognize, cryptocurrencies, and this will help in terms of now the population understanding exactly what are cryptocurrencies and how can they be beneficial to everyone. I think there are a lot of underlying benefits that people are able to extract, as opposed to, the kind of mentality I've seen a lot where people are just looking to speculate. So, people can build on top of them. So it's basically opening up a whole new world. It's basically For instance, now we have different chains and people can build on top of it. So you can, for instance, I see there's a Polkadot, what we call Safari DAO. So getting developers to build on top of a new technology. So I believe it's a good move and it's a step in the right direction.
Wow, thank you for that. Rosalind, my question to you is about central bank digital currencies. What are they? What is the effect or impact, if any? And do you see Kenya adopting one soon?
All right, so on the what, as the name suggests that this is a digital currency which is issued by a central bank of a specific country. There have been different trials in, I think, China, Europe, and not sure of the progress of it in the United States, but there's been discussion about it either being in research or development phase. Now, imagine M-Pesa again as our unfair advantage in terms of understanding this, but I like to use what people already know, right? So imagine, or not really imagine, but M-Pesa is currently under one telecommunications company, right? But what if it were to be under the Central Bank of Kenya, such that this current ledger is open to the government per se, and it has transparency of all the inflows, outflows, transaction costs, the players, and the end-to-end of the ecosystem. But that data is currently limited to one central ledger in the telecommunications company. Now, in an ideal setup, you would have several national financial agencies with a bit of an input or control or a bit of a notary role in how this database is either run or how issues within it are resolved, such as AML reporting and just tracking suspicious transactions. So right now that burden falls within Safaricom, right? That if they flag or they see a suspicious activity, then they have to take it up with relevant channels to know that this is actually suspicious, right? And the other aspect is that people, of course, citizens reporting what is going on. But now in the central bank digital currency, you have several financial agencies with both transparency and a responsibility to act on that database. So that said, it can be decentralized, which would be ideal. But there's been quite a number of concerns about the proposal of this central bank digital currency still reverting to a centralized model, because you still have a lot of governments that do not support the concept of blockchain technology. Not because it's bad, but because there tend to be quite a number of, say, misunderstandings about do we use a specific blockchain like Ethereum, or do we use a nationally developed blockchain like XYZ, vis-a-vis what's the cost of developing this particular blockchain, how secure will it be, how decentralized will it be. So some of these cost-benefit discussions I know some of the limitations that are in existence for some governments to deploy or to even begin research or testing an actual CBDC. So what's the effect? Ideally, you'd have full transparency of how a currency is actually flowing, because the current system, which again, fiat, relies on two things. One, cash, which every 6 months or so, Monetary Policy Committee will sit down to discuss what's the money supply, do they need to apply monetary policies or fiscal policies, should they increase the money supply or decrease money supply, right? The other aspect which now banks come in is the digital ledgers of transactions. So how many loans are there, individual loans, corporate loans, how many national loans are there, and now the debt balance of existing cash in a country. That's the other aspect of what. But now a CBDC would kind of bring these two together into one ledger so that you know how much cash is circulating and how much is in debt. Now, it would make it easier, yes, for the currency to be, to know the impact of policies like right away. For example, we're currently grappling with the shortage of dollars in the And for importers, that's been quite a headache because you can't get dollars at the rate of 131. It's probably 135, 137 in different banks and different places where they can actually get that supply, and it's still quite difficult. But in a CBDC, that would be one of the problems that's actually solved, because you can attract, or that it can facilitate interoperability with other stable coins like USDT, which would now solve the problem of liquidity, right? But you know, that's a bit of a long shot into the future. However, it would actually just make the facilitation of currency and tracking policies easier, so that you know if we're losing out on a certain aspect of this policy, should we just review it, right? Because you can actually see in real time the velocity of money, circulation, and things like that. So how soon for Kenya? Quite frankly, let me give it a 10-year window, because there's a strong learning curve still to be adopted. And one of the, call it, disadvantages of central bank digital currencies is that they will not solve existing fiat problems. So having a CBDC will not solve, for example, interest rates. It will not solve inflation. It will not solve people either hoarding cash or issues to do with money laundering reporting. Then the other limitation as well is in terms of, will this CBDC be USSD compatible, or will it run on smartphones, right? So something as simple as that, because you see M-Pesa runs on USSD, so anybody with a feature phone can interact with that wallet. But if we have CBDCs that are limited, for example, to smartphones, then there's a certain population that will miss out on just simply transacting because they don't have the means to transact, yeah? So if we have some of these questions of the technicalities resolved, then we can actually see how it can be tested out and how it can benefit, because it's always in the pilot test that if we see people taking it up well, and they are using it more conveniently than cash, and for example, M-Pesa in the Kenyan context, then you consider how to onboard and how to educate more people. But if it does not work in the pilot test and in different contexts, then perhaps it's not a right fit for the Kenyan context as at now. And I remember, I think the former central bank governor mentioning that for Kenya, it's not about getting a CBDC fast, but getting it right. Do we really need a CBDC for Kenya? That was the question. Yeah.
That's a nice question to end to end it with. Really, really interesting. So next question is towards Sharon, and it's about non-fungible tokens. What are they, and what are their use cases, NFTs?
So NFTs are they are non-fungible tokens. They are stored on the blockchain, and this can be used as, especially they can be used.
I think you're looking for represent like real world assets such as art, real estate. So yeah, just around that. I'm sure Lorena can help you. He's a crypto educator.
All right. So for NFTs, the first thing to understand is what is fungibility. So fungibility, to start with, if I have a 500 shilling note, I know I can exchange for another 500 shilling note, and it will still represent the same value. That there is fungibility. Basically, you can exchange one asset for another. Now, for NFTs, they are non-fungible. One asset cannot represent another asset. So I'll just give you an example. I'll start with real-world assets. So there are some NFTs which are used, which can be used for real-world assets. So I believe I have seen Shamba Digital. What they are trying to do is tokenize land. So one piece of land cannot be the same as another piece of land. So instead of you having to go through all the processes when acquiring land, all you have to do really is buy one token that represents that particular land. And now that you own it into your own wallet, you can actually verify that that belongs to you. Now, that's just one representation of it. So we have a lot of use cases for NFTs. I'll just give you a few that comes top of mind. Let's say you're going on a trip to Zanzibar, and you'd like to have a smooth transition. So I'm thinking of a token that can represent everything that basically has metadata, has data about the data, about the token, that says, cab X will pick you from your home to the airport. Then enter flight X that will get you to, Zanzibar. Then the same token has all these data. So you don't have to think about the technology behind it. All you have to do really is kind of swipe, and when I go to that particular, maybe to onboard the plane, when I scan that particular ticket, it knows this ticket is linked to Munene, who tried of that particular character. It's gone. However, if that character actually existed on a blockchain, then it would mean anytime you have access to that particular character. And then in this case, you've probably upgraded that particular character. You can use them in different games, not just in Temple Run. So if I go to Subway Surfers, I can be able to import that particular character. In fact, I can use it to lend it out, right? There are some people who play games at a professional level, where I believe most of us have seen, this particular game, FIFA. So you've upgraded some of the uniforms, you've upgraded all these particular, in-game assets, and you can import them across any of the games. So NFTs give you that particular, you're able to do such things with these new technologies. Same case for music. When you are distributing an artist has made their own song, they don't have to go through maybe record labels. They don't have to go through streaming platforms. They can create tokens of that particular music, that particular album, and be able to distribute it to their fan base. And the fan base is interacting directly with the person. So they cut off the middleman and be able to monetize their work much more easily. Same case for art. I believe that's mostly it. In case we need to learn more, let's also look at the non-fungible tokens on some of the academies.
Wow, thank you for that. I'm sure the gamers in the room and the musicians, they're quite intrigued on that use case. I just saw people smiling. So next is on financial inclusion. And the question is, how do cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology enable greater financial inclusion and access to financial services to the undeserved populations? I think I'll pass that over to Rosalind, kindly.
No worries. All right, I'd like to use again what we know, what we're comfortable with, to understand the unknown. So if we look at the history of financial inclusion, primarily used to be about having more people in the traditional banking system and financial services, right? The whole spectrum from deposits, lending, credit, insurance, and so on and so forth. But now, one of the things we need to appreciate about financial inclusion is the literacy barrier or opportunity. Barrier in the sense that we won't necessarily have more financial inclusion because of cryptocurrencies, because they exist. People need to know, and that's why I think the panel is unanimous everywhere they speak about education, because unless we know what we're getting into or the opportunities that are there, then it won't be valuable to people, right? So what's the opportunity here? What's valuable here? That, for example, if you needed a significant amount of capital to invest in real estate, because let's say the average starting price of getting a piece of land in Kenya is what? 100,000, 300, 500. Now, if we break down this amount, 500,000, for some it's easy to get. They can make that money in a day, and that is great. But for the people who cannot make that money in a day, they need to look at saving for, say, 5 years or 10 years in a SACCO and getting loans, and it's quite the path. there's an alternative with cryptocurrencies, for example. So good example is that in the 2020-2021 financial year, the average amount of cryptocurrency that was being traded, or as that was a starting point for quite a number of people, was about $20. And this $20 is, give or take, 2,500 shillings, right? If somebody is in campus, if somebody is even in high school, right, and is able to set aside this amount, save it in, say, a week or get it as an allowance, it's an opportunity for them to actually start interacting with some of these digital currencies. You'll find some NFTs which are not as costly, some are quite costly, depending on quite a number of factors, of course, where it's being listed, what it represents, ownership factors, and so on and so forth. But with even that 2,500 shillings, honestly, somebody can start experimenting with different crypto assets and platforms. So you can find somebody has spent maybe that 2,500 to create an NFT, and they've sold it for 15,000. Have they not made money? Because I know that's one of the most interesting aspects or controversial aspects of crypto. Can I make money without, without too much money? Because the truth is, if you think you need 100,000 shillings to start interacting with cryptocurrencies, I'm sorry, that is not the case. You do not have to have too much money to get started. And when I now come back to the importance of financial literacy, it's that you need to know that with the little you have, you can do something. So now the question is, what is your something? Your something may be that you actually buy a cryptocurrency progressively. Let's say if you're buying 500 shillings of this cryptocurrency or that cryptocurrency this week, that week, and you save, because you need to have a long-term perspective of this. That's one option. Another option is, again, experimenting with NFTs. You can trade them, or you can be the one to create them. Because I know a lot of young people here are extremely creative, right? You don't have to be a musician. You could be, there's so many platforms of creating digital art. And if we use, for example, Pixia AI to create unique digital images, that can be your NFT, right? And you get it from one platform and you sell it on another. Midjourney has been trending, I think, also for creating unique digital avatars. So, after this session, it's really back to you. Experiment with Midjourney, experiment with Pixia.ai, create something that is unique to you, and hey, maybe sell it as an NFT and make some money. It's not that bad. So the opportunity is that for financial inclusion, we need to emphasize more on financial literacy first, so that people can actually now take full advantage of these digital platforms. Otherwise, it'll be that they exist, but people are not using them in the best way possible. Because again, if you're too afraid to use cryptocurrencies because you think they're risky, even fiat is risky. As we see it, the Kenya shilling was for a long time it used to be at 100, right? And even under 100. Now, if you try to tell someone who was used to the Kenya shilling being 100 that it's 131 right now, they will not believe you, right? So risk is everywhere. That's just the point. But if we know how to take advantage of these opportunities, it is okay. Now, I have to also emphasize, just as Sharon had, that the scams should not deter us from experimenting with these platforms, because the more we know, the less scams can work. True or not true? The more we know and actually educate each other. If I tell you, you tell your cousin, you tell your sister, they tell their friend, by the time that person hears about a scam, don't you think they come back to you and tell you, this looks fishy? Yes, if it looks fishy, it's fishy. So, yeah, the more we know, the less scams will work in Kenya.
Wow, thank you for that. So, financial literacy, and I believe all of us will go out there and spread the gospel of education on blockchain and cryptocurrencies, especially their use cases, so you might be able to avoid fraud and scams, okay? So my next question is towards Sharon, and it's on types of blockchain. So in the previous discussion, public blockchain networks came up as well as private. So what are they?
I think for this one, Monene can answer that.
All right. So types of blockchains. So there are two major types of blockchains. There's a way you can look at them. From the previous session, we looked at private and public blockchains. So for those of us who didn't get it right, I'll just give you a few differences of the private and public blockchains, and maybe I should start at the blockchain level. What's a blockchain? So I want us to think of a blockchain as a database. Then what's a database? A database is a record of data, a record of information. So I believe we've all used, Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, some of these Google Sheets. We've used these ones. So what's their role? They record data in rows and columns. Now, that record of data is what we call a database. Now, a blockchain is a decentralized database. What do we mean by decentralized? So when you edit, for instance, an Excel sheet or a Google sheet, it's actually, for instance, if you create it, it's you who owns it at that particular point. Now, for blockchains, this particular database is decentralized in a way that there is not one owner. Anyone can be the owner. So there's no owner of that particular file. So anyone can add into the file, but then we have a way to agree on who adds the file. So we all have access to that particular file. And again, to go back to the Excel sheet analogy, think of all of us editing the same file, and now you cannot, it's a read-only file where we cannot, not everyone can add into the file. It cannot be edited, it cannot be deleted, right? So for blockchains in this case, we have to come up with what we call a consensus mechanism, an agreement on who to edit that particular file. And there are two ways of coming up with those consensus mechanisms. So that's where we'll now find a proof of work blockchain and a proof of stake blockchain. Now, what's a proof of work blockchain? So a proof of work blockchain, in most of the cases, they are public blockchains where sheer computing power is used to determine who adds into that particular sheet, into that particular database, all right? So a proof of stake on the other end, it's we all hold certain tokens in relation to the blockchain, in relation to the certain currencies, these cryptocurrencies. So the stake you're holding, whatever you're holding, let's call it stake. So the stake you're holding is what determines whether you can validate a transaction. A transaction can be an agreement. It doesn't have to be monetary. So, on proof of stake, you don't use computing power. Rather, you use your stake. You use the amounts of token of the underlying blockchain that you're using. So different blockchains have different cryptocurrencies or different tokens that are used to validate these transactions. So for instance, the Ethereum blockchain uses Ethereum, the coin. The Binance Smart Chain uses BNB as a governance token. So the beauty of this is, in terms of governance, everyone is able to participate. Everyone is able to say, to have a say on what can be implemented on that particular blockchain. So proof of stake and proof of work, those are the two major takeaways on the types of blockchains, and private and public blockchains, where public blockchains are databases which are decentralized, while private blockchains, they can be decentralized but have one particular party which controls it. So which means you're not able to see into what's ongoing in the particular database. On public databases, we all have access to that particular sheet. Again, the Excel sheet analogy. You have the old ledger, the old transaction record, and you have the record of this particular sheet.
Wow, thank you for that. Quite informative.
I'd like to add on to that. I recently came across a couple of consortium blockchains. So these are basically hybrid. They are hybrid, meaning that a couple of entities can own the blockchain. So I think that's also something that's coming up, and organizations need to look into that because of the interoperability aspect.
Wow, thank you for that. I think the next question is towards Rosalind, and it's what are the potential use cases of blockchain technology and other distributed ledger technologies in our day-to-day lives? Like, I think we've been talking about them as the conversation has been ongoing, such as, Mr. Lorena mentioned about using NFTs for in the gaming world, as well as tracing, royalties and copyrights. And I think I mentioned about real estate. So what are the day-to-day uses of blockchain, if they are at all? And is it something that as a society we should embrace it? Thank you.
All right. In the context of databases, one of the biggest problems is usually fraud. That if you have an admin or somebody who is a super admin in the system who can input wrong information or false information intentionally to manipulate it, in most organizations, this scenario presents itself when the damage has been done. So when you're trying to trace where this problem came from, you realize this admin started feeding wrong information maybe 5 years ago, 4 years ago, and they've probably managed to siphon millions of either shillings or a significant amount of resources away from the organization. That's when the problem tends to present itself. So we asked ourselves the question, how can we get higher level database, which is difficult to manipulate? And that's where the blockchain comes in. And the blockchain, ideally using a public system or a hybrid system, which is could be enterprise blockchain, which again, a lot of companies are looking into to implement solutions for corporate or multinational, at the multinational level. People just want a database that is hard to hack, period. So should we embrace it? I think so, because the losses, the losses are quite painful. Now, I don't want to make blockchain a matter of damage first, then adoption later, because for a lot of companies, sometimes that damage is not quite the thing that you are able to recover from real quickly. Now, if you get to learn about these kinds of databases and now seeing how to either plug into one which is existing or building your own, then that's a viable solution. So now to the use cases. We've already highlighted non-fungible tokens as they apply to gaming, to music, and to the arts world. Now, I'd like to highlight 3 use cases which are already in development. There are projects that you can check out right after this. So in healthcare, patient data tends to be distributed across different hospitals, but imagine a case of a patient who is diagnosed too late or misdiagnosed in the first place. Probably they've gone to like 5 hospitals and every hospital opened its individual file. But since the 5th hospital did not know which other hospitals this person went to, they can't trace if there's an underlying factor in terms of the presenting symptoms of this particular patient. And I think you can bear me witness how many people have really suffered from misdiagnosis and late diagnosis, right? Now, if you have a private database that is, let's say, like a wallet, it works like a wallet, and in this wallet I have my patient information, I have my blood group, I have my maybe, if I have a chronic illness, not that I have one, but yes, for you have to consider it on a case-by-case basis, right? But a basic medical history, if you have a clear medical history, let's say even from childhood or from at the point of adulthood that you're getting it, and if you go to a medical institution, they also have a wallet on their side that can interact with your wallet, and you're able to see this is my individual patient history and my data is protected. Isn't this to my benefit as a patient and to the hospital that they can know we've had X cases of this particular condition, we've had X cases of that particular condition, and this databases can include even regions so that if we're looking or trying to map diseases in a specific region, then you actually have more cases of disease X in region Y, right? And they're able to respond better. They're able to respond effectively instead of, guessing on a case basis that we're having so many patients with these presenting symptoms, but you have no data beyond that, right? So this data being so valuable as it is, we're in the age of, data being the new oil. Blockchain is that solution for us to bring, number one, transparency and a measure of privacy, plus, let's just say the integrity that comes with it, right? Because even for insurers who are in the space, I know they'll want to see how this technology can especially help with claims, because we also have patients who will go, they don't have an illness, but they'll present themselves in a hospital because they want to claim, right? And claims are headaches, right? But with a blockchain, then you can actually address that. Then in education, I think we've known at least one or two cases in the public where a guilt-led lover destroys the certificate of the other person. And before this person goes back to their high school, to their campus, to their whichever institution they've studied to look for their certificates, some of these institutions don't keep records after you've cleared. No more for you, right? But on a blockchain, then your certificate can exist as a token, which can be interoperable anywhere in the world. You just need to present maybe the first 3 digits of your token, and whether you are looking for opportunities abroad or locally, your certificate is there. Nobody can destroy it, right? Because I know for, in the Kenyan context, it's been common practice to have to laminate your certificates so that they don't, they don't easily get burnt or destroyed by water. But, it's a digital world. If you lose your certificate and you can't find it, maybe you've moved houses and, your documents just got mixed up with old files. Really, should we have to get the inconvenience because of that? So yes, there are actually platforms which are providing educational certificates as tokens, and yes, you can carry that anywhere. Now, third application, which again is extremely important, is in land registry, because if you have your title deed as a token, provable anywhere, right? And I know in the legal interest, it's been, okay, can we facilitate this so that, you also open up opportunities in terms of tokenization of land, that you can trade more, get more credit, like just do more business, right? Because I think the bigger opportunity here is not necessarily in the loss of legal fees in terms of provenance, but now how much more money we can move, create, and unlock for businesses. Because you see, for example, now, if it'll take me at least 6 months to sell a piece of land, if I had this money in 3 days instead of 6 months, how much more business would I have done in these 6 months by unlocking that capital? So huge potential right there. Then again, one of my favorites is application of blockchain to digital identity, and as it applies, for example, to passports, because the stronger your passport, the more you can travel. The more you travel, the more you realize and you're able to unlock out there, right? So, it's work in progress, I'll say, but the more we get to learn about it, even if out of this session you've just understood one thing, I will urge you, encourage you, please go to Google, just 5 minutes, set a timer, don't overwhelm yourself. Even if you just got one thing, go search it. Even if you'll just read for 5 to 10 minutes, just do one video. Don't read too much information. You will find a lot of, confusing technical terms. But if you're able to just get a 10-minute video to explain one concept that has resonated with you, you'll have started your learning journey, and you will find something that you will run with, grow with, and be able to find a community that can help you, understand it better.
Wow, thank you for that. I think she summed it up for us. Before we close the panel discussion, I'll definitely invite our panelists to give their parting shots. Are there any questions from the audience, if any at all? I guess then I'll have to invite the panelists to give their final remarks. And also, Sharon, could you kindly tell us how you can join the Kamusi DAO for those who are really interested in, joining a community or participating in the activities of a DAO as we conclude this session?
So the Kamusi DAO is open to everyone. So what we do is usually take contributions from the community. be it Web3 folks or any other individuals that are interested in Web3. By the way, Web3 is now the internet that we are going into. So think of it as a decentralized web. So if you're interested in that, then you're definitely welcome. So what we do is we just get you, we teach you whatever is happening, and then you decide what you would like to do. So you could contribute. You could contribute the words. You could do, the marketing, a business, whatever. So lawyers are very welcome. But yeah, apart from that, I think we should educate ourselves, because that way we open up ourselves to opportunities as well as avoid risks, in the future.
All right, it's been an interesting session. Shared a lot of insights. I will charge you after this session. Please take 5 minutes. Either follow us on Twitter or find a YouTube video that you find interesting or relevant. Let me say, interesting or relevant, that will actually start your learning journey after this. If you can just set aside 5 minutes or 10 minutes each day to look at either blockchain for law, blockchain for medicine, blockchain for lawyers, blockchain for specific legal issues, you'll have started from at least an interesting point of view. If you feel that blockchain is too technical for you to understand, don't let that limit you. Just look at the applications and look at cool companies that are actually doing stuff with this, because if you see what they've done, what they've achieved, the products and the services, you can get something tangible to understand. The biggest advantage you have now is that you have more examples and good time, because 4 or 5 years ago, it was it was literally a desert in terms of examples. A lot of these things were still too conceptual. Papers, even enterprise blockchains like Hyperledger, some of them didn't have very wide use cases, but now you have more examples. So no excuse to not do anything about all this information. And if you are not writing, please watch the recording after this.
You can actually get the recording on our social media platforms on Facebook and Twitter and YouTube, and also LinkedIn, I believe, and Instagram. And yeah, over to you, Mr. Lorena, our resident crypto educator.
All right, for me, I think my parting shot would be, let's think different and think big. So one of the things I've noted with the community and people we educate is they are limited in terms of their thinking. So you're coming into the blockchain and crypto space to speculate. That's just a very niche area. So be it you're in medicine, be it you're in different things that you're doing, let's think of how we can roll out solutions to solve the underlying problems that you've seen happen in the industry. And the beauty about blockchain and crypto, it's it's global. You're not just solving a problem from your locality, from your region. You're solving a huge problem which can be a probable problem in a different country. So that's in terms of thinking big. Let's also be not limited in terms of you're thinking of, how do I get to build this? There are different blockchain developers. The community is huge now. Be sure to attend some of the blockchain-related meetups. Get to see what people are doing in the space and get to implement your ideas by collaborating with others. And then by thinking different, I want us to remove the mentality of our traditional thinking of, you must follow this particular path. Let's think of how, some of these solutions can be able to solve even problems that don't necessarily relate to us. But again, start from where you're at. Then in terms of education, please do educate yourself. A few of the places I think you can get a lot of the good learning materials. I've seen Binance Academy is a very good starting point. They have this huge academy where you can be able to go through some specific topics. not necessarily on Binance, and basically explaining what blockchains are, different blockchains, some of these use cases, the underlying technology, so educate yourself. And I believe that's it on my end, and I hope we connect more.
Wow, thank you for that. And to the members who are watching and who are present, the LSK Nairobi branch is actually working on a partnership with Binance for users to better access the Academy information on Binance Academy. And we also finalized a memorandum of understanding with the Africa Blockchain Center and CryptSense Digital Group. This will enable our members get access to this information and educative content on blockchain. As we conclude, I'd like to thank our panelists for making the time and sharing, their insights and knowledge on the subject matter. They'll be around for a few, hopefully, hours, so you can definitely interact with them and get their social media handles. So you can further, if you have any inquiries or how you want to join the Kamusi DAO, or how you can participate in the ecosystem itself and the various events that have been mentioned. Also, I want to thank our sponsors, the Communication Authority of Kenya, Kingdom Bank, and Businesscom, as well as the exhibitors outside, and most importantly, you for giving us the time and listening to us during this. I think it was an hour or so session, and obviously the tech team, the media team as well, and the food guys, the caterers. So asanteni sana. Hopefully you can take a photo. Obviously the photographer. Hopefully you can take a photo for the final session, and there will be an afternoon session. It will be a pitching session whereby the various exhibitors will get to pitch to a jury on the innovations. So if you're really interested in legal tech innovations, hopefully you'll stay around and see these wonderful innovations in the Kenyan ecosystem. Asanteni. The panel discussion will be on digital transformation, and we hope you enjoy, both members who are physically present and following us online virtually. And our guest today is Mr. John Smith, CEO and founder at Businesscom, and the panel discussion will revolve around digital transformation for businesses, so I hope you enjoy it. So let's jump straight right into it, Mr. John.
Okay,
could you kindly introduce yourself to the members who are viewing and
yeah,
currently present?
Habari mchana. That's the only thing I can say in Kiswahili. My name is John Smith. I'm the CEO, founder of Businesscom. We've been a Google partner for about 15 years now. So, and that is our main focus alongside Salesforce. So we're today here, and I want to thank Law Society of Kenya, the Nairobi chapter, for inviting us and for the support they have shown us so far. The agenda for today is digital transformation, but also how Google Workspace, as our primary solution, will help law firms transition into a digital age.
Wow, thank you for that. And for those who don't know my name is Robert, and I'll be your host and moderator for this session. So let's jump straight to it. What is Businesscom, Mr. John?
Oh, so Businesscom.
Yeah.
So we are a Google partner. We are a private-owned company here in Kenya. I actually celebrated my 10th year in Kenya 2 weeks ago. So first 10 year and still going strong. We've been in business like a business partner of Google for 15 years, like I said. I started out in Copenhagen, Denmark, where I'm originally from, and moved to Kenya 10 years ago, and still we have a small company in Upper Hill with 20 employees, and we are completely focused on helping businesses transform digitally into a more or less paperless operation.
Wow, sounds like your operation is really wonderful for the environment. So let's get to it. What is digital transformation for those who are watching or who are presently here?
Exactly. It's a very good question, and I found myself about a year ago. I saw that everywhere on LinkedIn and everywhere in ads and stuff. They was talking about digital transformation, and I was getting a little bit annoyed because everybody talked about hosting centers and application, but nobody really talked about what is digital transformation and how do I get going and what does it mean to me. So I looked up the definition. That's what you see on the TV here, just to kind of get some guidance on what it really is. And it really taking manual processes and make them digital. It sounds very simple, and so I asked myself, why is a hosting center a good way? How would they support that? They will not. So the digital transformation is something that happens in the company, and I will go to the next here. Oh, sorry about that. Then I sat down and said, what do we need to transform any business from a manual to a digital process? And you need some tools, i.e. software, and then of course your staff, employees, and yourself will need some skills to use that software. But there was something missing, and that's when we sat down and analyzed these things and say, well, if you don't put data in your CRM system, or if you don't use your ERP system properly for invoicing, then you just get a lot of rubbish that becomes really difficult to figure out. So upon analyzing all these things, we also need to have a digital culture. People need to understand what it means to work with digital tools and not only have the skills to do it, but also actually do it. You get me? So the culture here is really, really the key. And you can see on the circles we have here that the foundation is the change in the culture. The tools are plenty out there, and you saw out of the exhibition how many different solutions there is, right? So there's a lot of providers, but again, if you don't have the right culture in your organization, it will not happen. So what we did was we sat down and analyzed further. And what is the culture in most companies today? That's why I put it in quotes, normal culture. Well, the boss always asks, how's it going with this? How's it going with that? The boss says, copy me in everything you do, which leads to kind of a micromanagement culture. Not that the boss necessarily wants to micromanage, but it's just because there is no visibility of things. then there is a lack of trust on both sides, both from the employees to the boss and boss to the employees. But that's another discussion for another forum. But you see the image that I have on the right side, meaning that the boss is making all the decisions. Everything revolves around him. That's a normal culture. And that is a huge hindrance for growth, because there's only so many hours in a day, and how is the boss going to keep being the decision maker? And the next thing is the employees will no longer feel that they are making any decisions, they're making an impact. They come just showing up and do whatever they are told to do, right?
That's very interesting. That's very interesting with regards to, the current work-life culture in various organizations which revolve around the bosses. So how does Businesscom help, alleviate all these problems?
So that's a good question. So we have to, before we start doing anything, really, we have to kind of promote and train people on a digital culture. For instance, start planning your time. How many of you guys here are know what you need to do tomorrow when you get into the office? How many of you, hands up, know what you want to do tomorrow in the office? Probably you don't, right? You just show up, not in any bad faith, but and then we see what happens, true or false, right? Which is where the boss will go and say, have you done this, have you done this? Because planning becomes something of a sales disruption thing, where the boss keeps asking about things and you stop planning your time because he keeps interrupting you. So we have to create a digital culture where people are allowed or expected to plan their time, respect each other's time. This thing of CC in emails, I'm sure you all copy your boss, right, when you send emails, or your colleagues. So you get a lot of CC emails that are not really for you, which also is time consuming. When we have a new customer, we sign up and we ask all the employees, how much time do you waste every day on repetitive things or being interrupted or all these things? They all say between 2 and 4 hours. Sure. And that's kind of a scary number, right? Yeah. Half the day is being wasted because you're being interrupted, right? I can see a smile on the face down here, right? That is true, isn't it? Yeah. You're being interrupted all the time, and it's not nice. Employees don't like it. So we have to promote that people are being expected to be responsible, have this culture of not copying, being allowed to make decisions, collaborate rather than send out attachments and all these things. So as you see in the bottom here, we want to be proactive rather than reactive. And we see all the customers we've signed up, more than 400 customers, their employees are reactive. Nobody is writing proactive on things, or very, very few.
That's really amazing to hear the importance of having a digital culture in a workplace organization. So could we move on to the next?
Let me see what the next slide says. So Google Workspace is Google's platform. Well, you all have a private Gmail account, right? There are 3 billion of them in the world, so I'll be very surprised if you don't have a private Gmail account. But if you want to have your company domain, like ours at businesscom.africa, then it's called Google Workspace, because there are some admin features to be added here. But it has all the same services: mail, calendar, chat, spaces, drive, and documents, and all these things. So Google Workspace is a really good platform because it's online, and you are it encourages collaboration. And all the features that Google add all the time is designed to make people not waste time, to save time, whatever you're doing. Just for information, Google has 180,000 employees, and can you imagine if they can save 1 minute every day per employee? That's 2,500 hours every day. Wow. So it's so they are focused on making people's life easier and not waste time.
That's really nice to hear. I'm sure most of us have interacted with the various Google platforms during the COVID pandemic. Remote working became a thing, and I believe some of these icons, such as Google Meet, I'm sure everyone in this room has been able to use Google Meet, yeah? And I'm sure you can give a testimony of how much it's made your businesses more efficient, especially with regard to employer-employee the delegating of the various tasks that are involved in work. So yeah, so let's move on to the next thing.
So Google Workspace is an amazing platform, but it's built around security. You know, since it's all sitting in the browser in Google's data centers, so security is key in everything that Google does. And one of the things that is important in Workspace and for any company is that the boss can get access to every employee's mailbox. We can set up alerts so when files are shared and downloaded intentionally or unintentionally, we can get notifications on that. All emails and files that are deleted can be recovered. The same with mobile device management. So what is really key here is that once you are on Google's platform, your data can never be lost. It's always safe. You cannot have a file, oh, I accidentally delete that and it's gone. It doesn't exist. Everything can be recovered. And for some of the Workspace editions, indefinitely, I mean forever. It can never be not recovered. And when you have a replacement of an employee, they'll take over the other person's mailbox, have access to all the files and all these things. So security is very, very key for Google in Google Workspace.
So if you're looking for a workspace platform, and security is one of the biggest features you're interested in, we would highly recommend using Google Workspace, and it's for all the reasons he said. You know, it's built around security, and you can't lose your data. And I believe, you know, data is the new oil, and especially for your organization, you better know where to place it and how to store it. So I'd 100% recommend it.
So I want to highlight a few things that we know, I mean, not only for law firms, but in this case, I want to highlight some of the things that are very useful for law firms. Recording of conference calls is very, very common, and that you record your meetings, and more often than not, you have virtual meetings rather than in face-to-face meetings, right? For anything, those meetings can be recorded with Google Workspace. And a new feature that was introduced just 5 months ago, you can also have a transcription of that. So the recording will also transcribe what is in the recording into a document, and it will be automatically shared with the participants of the meeting, attendees, right? So, and a new feature that I'll show you in a minute will even be able to assign tasks and bullet points and stuff to people in a meeting. Collaborate on documents may not sound like a big deal, but we all know that you have contracts, you have whatever, where the assistant clerk or whatever will send it to the boss, and he will have to send it back, and you'll have to send it back and forth. Here we can real-time collaborate on things and still keep track of changes. So there's nothing that will be lost that can be changed, that we cannot see what was changed. But the beautiful thing is that on the phone, the lawyer, the boss can have a look at the documents on the fly instead of sending attachments. So real-time collaboration is difficult to understand if you haven't tried it, but once you've tried it, it makes so much sense. Spaces is another service within Google Workspace where you can consolidate all the data around particular cases. You know Victor, who is the chairman of the Nairobi chapter, right? You know him.
I'm sure they do.
We have spaces with him on our cases and other matters that are for our lawyers. We don't send emails back and forth. Yeah. It all happens in spaces. Digitally approved files is also, in my opinion, a big thing. We all know that we then have to print and then sign whatever. Here we can digitally sign things with a timestamp and who exactly signed things. So that is great. History, we see that both in documents and in spreadsheets that people change things and then later deny that they've changed something. Here there's a full log file of things, so you can come and claim it wasn't you that who changed things because we can see in a log file that it is. I know it's not nice, I see your smile. And then of course the infinite backup, which I think is just amazing, that you know you can never lose anything. I mean, that will make a lawyer sleep at night without any problems, right?
That's very interesting. And for the record, this meeting is being recorded, and hopefully it's on Google. And also the transcribing feature is quite interesting, especially for persons with disability. They can be able to follow proceedings, and that will be an inclusionary aspect with regard to meetings within an organization.
Yeah.
And also the collaboration. I personally have been able to use the Google Workspace, the Google Documents,
Oh, really?
for collaborations, especially on, you believe it or not, webinars, Twitter Spaces, or even events such as this, whereby we just create a document and the panel members would populate it. So I'm definitely looking forward to using your product.
So you're a converted person. You're converted.
100%.
Amen to that. Good. Now, because Google introduces so many new features, and since it's a cloud solution, they can introduce the features on the fly without having to download any updates or whatever. It happens overnight, and last year Google introduced about 300 new features, and they already introduced about 100 this year. So they have, and there's no indication in the stars that they're going to slow down. On the contrary, they're going to increase the amount of new features, and I will show you a little bit a small video after this. With the introduction of AI, and we all know ChatGPT and all these things, Google has their own and has been in the forefront of research for many, many years. And they are putting that into play now, or into action in Google Workspace. And you will see in the video, it's just unbelievable what is going to happen. But what I'm saying here is that the training, we talked about the skills. One thing is the culture. People need to have the discipline, but also the training, because so many new features are there. Training is a continuous process. You need to continue acquiring new skills. You need to be shown how that can be helpful to you. Acquiring more skills is really important for people.
Definitely, acquiring new skills is really important, and that takes me to my next question. Does Businesscom offer training and support to its members or clients?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a mandatory thing. I mean, it's just like being given a Rolls Royce, and then you say, here are the keys, and then you figure out how to drive it. I mean, you need to be shown how to take advantage of all these amazing features. So we like to say that Businesscom Academy is where the magic happens, because even us have a hard time catching up with all the new features.
I can only imagine. You just said over 300
So one of the things we do for our customers is for instance, law firms, when a new feature is coming out that are really useful for law firms, we send emails out to them and say, look at this feature, guys. This could be really useful to you. So we try to inform our customers about relevant new features so they can continue to take more and more advantage of Google Workspace.
That's very interesting. So to the members who are actually present here, I hope you shall enroll. And the ones watching, we'll share the requisite links to make you be able to enroll onto the platform and be able to gain access to this training and support to the various features that will be rolled out and the ones that are already rolled out. Thank you for that.
So here's a small video. It's only 2 minutes, but try to have a look at the things that are going to be introduced and roll out before the end of this year. You're probably going to watch it twice because it's a really amazing video. I don't want any audio. It doesn't matter with audio. It doesn't matter. Just watch. So this feature I just showed here is where you have a whole thread of an email conversation back and forth, and then you ask Google, please summarize what was in those 25 emails. So at the bottom here, it will say conversation summary, blah, blah, blah. Done automatically, just with a click, right? I just find these things really amazing. Help me write for those of us who's not good at it, with the grammar and stuff. Now Google will compose a whole email for you. Write a brief based on these emails. You have a whole thread, and then Google will put it into a document and separate it into different segments, suggest a text that you can edit, and then you have a document.
Well, I hope you guys are seeing this amazing magic, especially if you're in, if you run a law firm sending documents back and forth, or the CCs. I hope you're paying attention.
And for this event here, for instance, right, then you have a whole email conversation back and forth, and then you will ask Google, build a presentation based on this email thread. And voila, Google will open a slide deck, put in images, put in text, the whole thing, and have it ready for you, including AI-created images.
Oh, I believe the biggest question going through everyone's head is this already available or is it a new feature?
It's rolling out over this year.
Wow.
This one here is really interesting. When you have a Google Meet, now you can ask Google to transcribe it, but also make action points. Look at this. Record the whole meeting notes with action points, with notes, who's saying what.
Wow.
And here, personalized message to your clients based on your history communication with them. Draft a thank you note to your team, and then Google just draft the whole thing for you.
And this is quite efficient for law firms. I hope we're all seeing this.
Yeah, it's really, really, where they're taking this is just
revolutionary for sure.
Yeah,
and this
absolutely. Let me see, did I take, there you go. So as you can see, AI really just, beginning to, just your imagination that will be the limit of what features they can add, right?
For sure.
So it's coming. So the digital transformation, what I want to say with all this is, it's a journey. It's not something like a flip of a switch. You need the right tools, you need the right skills, and you need the right culture, and you need nurturing that all the time. So it is a trend, it is a journey that will take 1, 2, 3, 4 years. The tools are easy to find, the training is easy. The difficult part is to change the culture. People are very often resistant to change. Oh, we've been doing like this all the time, why do we have to change? Well, what I like about Google is they show a better way where people waste less time. Nobody likes to waste time. Even though everybody wastes between 2 and 4 hours every day, people don't like it, right? So Google has, their answer to these things is, let's make it easier for you to do your job. And that's what we do, and we are ready to help you. It is a journey. It's not like a one-time session training and then you're good. It's a continuous journey.
Wow, hopefully we'll get members who are presently here to sign up on the platform. Actually, Businesscom have set up their tent and they're exhibiting at the exhibition area for the Legal Tech Week, so please feel free to pass by their tent. And here is their contact information, so if you can write it down, take a photo, we'll definitely share it through our branch platforms. And hopefully we'll get more of you joining Google and using Google Workspace in your businesses, your law firms, and also spreading the gospel to your clients as well, because you've seen how efficient of a tool it can be for communication. Not only, the artificial intelligence in emails, to, the Google Meet setting, remote working, and everything else. So at this point, I think I can invite Mr. John Smith for a parting shot as we wrap up. Oh, sorry, we have questions. Sorry, questions. Yeah, questions. Feel free. Here you go.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. My name is Teresia Vinya-Nicholas. I am a council member of Nairobi branch. And I just have one question. How different is the Google Workspace that you're trying to enable us to come on board with the ChatGPT?
So ChatGPT is the artificial intelligence. It's just one version of artificial intelligence. Google's, I think it's called Brat or something. But okay, but it's built into the product, so it's not something you have like a search line where you can ask a question. It's built into the product, where ChatGPT is this OpenAI, where you just have a browser, you put in your query, and then it comes out with a suggestion based on what it has learned. So Google's Brat is built in Workspace.
So does that mean I cannot do the same or use the same services that ChatGPT will give me to your product?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'm asking, does that mean I cannot use the same services that ChatGPT is giving with your product?
No, it's not part of Google Workspace. It's a separate service.
maybe you're not getting my question. I'm asking in this manner. When you use Chat GPT,
Yeah.
you just write a question and then they give you an answer.
Yeah.
I have seen yours goes to the extent of even if you want to send a message to people on your phone book, on your email, it does that.
Yeah.
So does it also give users the opportunity to also Google questions there and it gets answers?
So whether they will make their AI available outside Google Workspace, I don't know. I'm very sure they will in a browser setup, but I don't know about that. I know that their AI will be built in Workspace and it's different from ChatGPT.
Thank you. So we can say it is also work in progress.
Yeah, always. I mean, technology is work in progress.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question.
Any other questions? So also just to add to that, with regard to ChatGPT, it's been embedded, the artificial intelligence itself has been embedded to various platforms such as Microsoft, I think, is interested in buying it. So they integrate it into Bing, which is the official search engine for Microsoft. So in this instance, what he's saying is the same has happened in Google. Google are actually developing their own AI product. I think it's called BARD, and now they've integrated it into various Google solutions. One, as you've seen, there was the emails. Another one was the Google document. So that's what they're doing. It's basically integrating the artificial intelligence technology to their products so it can have a convenient user experience. I think Microsoft is also embedding the same ChatGPT into the Word documents. So, basically it's all about making the user experience efficient, easy, and, slow. So if you are to, search, let's say you're coming up with a Google document on digital transformation, so you just search it and then it rings, and so it depends on the Google product you're using. That's essentially what he's saying. I hope I've answered your question sufficiently.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear.
So I answered your question.
Nice.
I'm happy.
Any other question? I think we can invite then Mr. John for a parting shot to our viewers and the esteemed people who joined us today for this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for listening to us.
I think we could do a quick photo for the panel session as we conclude this. Thanks guys for paying attention. final discussion for the day. And without further ado, let me introduce my panel members. On my right is Adrian, Wakili Adrian, an advocate of the High Court. And on my left is Wakili Wavinya, who is also a council member. So I'll hand it over to them to introduce themselves. And for those who don't know me yet, I'm Robert Muoka. I'm the chairperson of the Blockchain Technology Subcommittee of the Law Society of Kenya Nairobi Branch ICT and IP Liaison Committee. And again, it's a pleasure to have you here. So let's get to it.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Robert, for that introduction. As Robert has said, my name is Teresia Ovinya Nicholas. I am a council member at the Nairobi branch, and I'm delighted to be here because, as you all know, technology is now the present and the future. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Adrian Onginjo. I'm an advocate of the High Court, now 8 years in practice. Our firm is called Kilomen Advocates. I'm happy to be here.
Wow, thank you for that wonderful introduction. At least you can see we have people who are competent for this panel discussion, so let's just jump straight to it. Question one. I'll pose this question to Wakili Victor. So what are the benefits and challenges of implementing technology in the Kenyan legal system?
So we'll start with the benefits of technology in Kenya, in the legal system. As an advocate, there are some challenges that we face in our daily practice in court and also at the office. And if we're to break them down, we start with the court. There are issues of missing files. There are issues of delay in filing of matters. And we have been very fortunate to have been one of the countries that has introduced online courts in Kenya, and that has really helped to deliver justice to the citizens. The issue of filing has now been made digital, and you can file your matters from the comfort of your office and save time that would have taken to go physically to the court premises to file your matters. We are able to pay and obtain receipts digitally. That was also an issue. There are times when you pay money, you don't know where the money has gone, the judiciary loses revenue, but since the introduction of the e-payment and e-receipting, that issue has been dealt with. The other thing I'd like to talk about is the issue of research. Lawyers take so much time to file submissions. So with the introduction of tools like AI, we'll be able to file matters, to prepare submissions in seconds and not hours that we used to take. So just as a way of example, if we take the app called ChatGPT, it's a generative pretext tool that allows you to input data, and it gives you what you're looking for in terms of sentences, paragraphs, and even whole documents. So right now where we are, it's not been fully automated to allow us to make documents that can be filed in court. So what will happen in future? It will need to be integrated with other applications. For example, in Kenya, we'll need applications like the Kenya Law Reports. But again, we'll have to find out whether any rights of these entities will be interfered with or breached. Another one. So now we go to the challenges. The first challenge that as a lawyer I've faced is the issue of culture. When you're practicing, you deal with one, clients, two, staff, the registry staff in courts, and also the judicial officers. Upon the implementation of the online courts, we still find some judicial officers like magistrates or judges who still insist that you must come to court physically, despite there being a provision that you can file and attend to court matters online. The other thing is staff of the registry. there are times when you want to file a matter online, but due to other challenges, they ask you to come to court physically and do the other processes physically. Thank you.
Wow, that's quite insightful. So some of the things I got from what you said was the use of technology in a legal practice is one, it will save time. It will make the practice more efficient, as well as also saving money and costs, cutting down on costs. And also on the challenges. I wanted to add something with regard to the, not only the judiciary, because that's one public institution. I'm looking at other government agencies such as, ADISASA, the Ministry of Lands through the ADISASA, which is the National Land Information Management System. And it's basically operationalization, that's quite a word. And the BRS as well, I believe there was a time whereby it collapsed for a while. So how are you looking at that as a challenge? Could you comment on that as a challenge? And also, Madam Council Member, also could she add on to it as well, as a comment as well?
Thank
you.
You
Could start with you.
Before you answer, in the same breath, you have mentioned how technology can really be effective and efficient for advocates to administer justice to their clients and for Kenyans to get justice. And Robert has added to how ADISASA and the business registration has gone digital. Recently, we saw in the US jurisdiction that they came up with a robot to help execute justice. Is that also another way of effective justice administration, considering for one to become a lawyer, in every jurisdiction, be it the common law, the codified law, you have to go through law school, you have to go through training, you have to pass the exams. Yet this robot is just fed with the AI that you're administering and advocating for, but he has not toiled, does not have the psychological means. So how effective is AI vis-a-vis how effective is the normal practice without using all that AI technology?
Let's start with the issue of the robot. In Kenya, I don't think a robot can practice yet.
We have smart people in Kenya, extremely.
The reason is that under the Advocates Act and the rules, they specify who can be an advocate, who can practice. We go to the extent of saying which citizens, the citizens of which country can practice in Kenya. I cannot come from another jurisdiction, let's say one that does, let's take France for example. Then they're not a Commonwealth country, so that is the first factor that should be considered. You must be a person, you must have nationality, you must have some qualifications. So it can be used not independently, but through an advocate who is recognized in Kenya. So all these tools that I've mentioned, they are important, but there must be a human element to it. Because if you're to file pleadings, you must state your name and say, this is my name, this is my number, this is the year I was admitted, all that, so that at least the court can know from which office these pleadings originate. Touching on the issue of ADISASA and BRS, it was a very noble idea to try and do away with fraud, corruption, and it has put Kenya in a very good place. If an investor would hear that our country has already put in place measures that will aid them in doing business, they'll be happy. But now comes the challenges that are attached to this technology. For it to be implemented fully, we must have laws, procedures, and rules. If the rules have not been implemented, or let's say passed, anything that is done in terms of technology will be rendered null and void. If the law says that for me to transfer land, I must stamp it in a certain way, and I don't do that, and I present documents to the lands office and the process, when a dispute arises, those documents will be declared fraudulent or invalid. So one of the issues that is a very big challenge is the issue of laws and regulation. Coming to the issue of, I'll also touch a bit on the issue of e-signatures. The whole process of buying land and having it transferred to you requires signatures of the contract, the transfers, and all other documents. But if there's a conflict between the Law of Contract Act and the land laws on how I'm supposed to sign these documents, if they're not brought in harmony, anything that is done by the other hand and is not known by the other hand will cause a conflict. Yeah, thank you.
Wow, that was quite insightful. So next question is, how can technology improve access to justice for marginalized communities in Kenya?
Okay, when you talk about marginalized communities, there are communities that one, either they are far-flung, they have no access to the infrastructure laid down by the country or the state in terms of access to justice. So the first thing I would say is let's move away from physical courts, because we know some communities, they have an issue with getting water, getting food. How do you expect that community to live where they are, to go and access a court building for them to get justice? So that's the first thing. The other thing would be to have legal aid. That there are some people who, although they have rights, they do not know of those rights and how to enforce them. The other thing I also would like to say is that the issue of legal fees is a very big stumbling block in the issue of access to justice. So we could have some programs whereby legal fees is either subsidized or done away with completely. There's one that was passed by Kenya, which allows lawyers to act for those who have been accused of capital offenses on a subsidized rate. I think it's 30,000 shillings. Then, yeah. So those are some of the interventions that I would propose.
You have mentioned about the subsidized legal fees, which was introduced by NALEP, and it is oversight or overseen by the judiciary. Now, my question comes in, these marginalized people, a good example are the West Pokot people, whom, when they wake up, they eat breakfast, they eat supper, they go sleep, they just think of their cattle. These are people who are not exposed to even understand how they need to live with each other peacefully. How is NALEP even going to encroach them? And NALEP is in the body form of a human. It is not on technology. So how will NALEP be able to use technology to reach them for effective justice administration?
Okay, I would get back to a point I'd raised earlier of access. NALEP sits ordinarily in Nairobi, and you need to reach people who are in far-flung areas. So what can be done, because when you talk about technology, these are guys who, do they have phones, first of all? Do they have smartphones? They may not, they may or may not. So it's a matter of one person in a community of 30 people who may have a phone. So it will still be a challenge, but they could do the best that they could do and have legal aid. They form groups of people where they can access them in a large number, as opposed to trying to look for individuals. Yeah.
Wow, thank you for that. Let's move on to the next question. It's more of lawyer focused. And what are the ethical considerations for lawyers while using technology, especially in the legal practice?
So there are very many issues, ethical issues that come up when using technology. The first would be misinformation, because now we've noticed that for you to use ChatGPT, you must feed data into it. We don't have regulation or rules on who is able to feed in data into that system, then what will come out of that whole transaction will depend on what is fed into the system. So among lawyers, we need to have ethical lawyers who would be quote-unquote regulators of what is fed into these systems that we use. So for example, if you are to file, let's say you're filing submissions and you want to mislead the court, you can, if the court will die on an app like ChatGPT. But if the source of that information can be verified, let's say this ChatGPT is integrated into something like Kenya Law Report or All England Law Report, so that you can trace the origin of this information that is fed into the system. So lawyers must be vigilant. That's what I would say.
Thank you for that. I think I can ask the next question. So, with that said, what role can technology play in enhancing legal education and professional development in Kenya? And from this, I'm looking at, edutech platforms. I know a few. I know a platform called Sheria Online, whereby they offer, it's basically a legal resource center, which users can access relevant legal information, as well as My Shamba Digital. They have a resource center, whereby users can access, relevant land information on the various illicit transactions. So those are just a few, but how do you see that? How do you see that, using technology for education, especially legal education and professional development as well? And for the professional development, I want to take your attention to the online webinars for the Law Society of Kenya, which I'm sure have saved a lot of members in terms of fees and time and saving time and getting to either Panai or whatnot. So could you kindly give us a comment on that, please?
Yeah, so on the issue of legal education, it starts from the point where someone is fit or admitted, or you've been given the go-ahead to study law. So it starts at the point of qualification. For you to join university, from the university, the School of Law, pupillage and practice. So a very interesting thing that has been noted recently is that an AI application can sit exams. It can pass exams. So the first thing is that if you're a lecturer and you administer exams, are you able to verify that that exam was actually done by the student who was supposed to sit for that exam? Recently, there's been an issue of an app that detects plagiarism of documents or material done by ChatGPT. Yeah. So we are starting to notice that students are not going to do their exams. If they do, they may cheat. It's not really cheating, but the cheating course is in course is cheating. But now we need to find out how are we going to. Should we stick to our normal rules and regulations on sitting of exams, or is it now high time to change the syllabus and now focus on other strengths of the students apart from just memorizing or application, because that can now be done by computer. Yeah.
Will advocate for universities to actually relook into their curriculums?
They should do it like yesterday.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. The next question will be, what are the cybersecurity risks for law firms? And in general in the legal profession, and how can they be mitigated? Bearing in mind, yes, we know that we have the Cybercrime Act, but does it really help our people, our members?
So on the issue of cybersecurity, a law firm is an entity that should put security as the #1 priority. because you're dealing with the data of clients, you're dealing with very sensitive information. Sometimes you have meetings with clients where they say, I do not want any other person to be in this meeting except the advocate who is handling my matter. That goes to matters that are taken to court. You could have a matter that touches on children, let's say a sexual offense matter. It is done in private. So currently we have online courts. We're having our meetings online. So the issue of security goes to the root of it in terms of the data that is collected and stored. Who stores it? After it is stored, who has access to this data? So as a firm, you must train your staff and your fellow employees on the most basic aspects of cybersecurity. If you left your computer open, all your applications are open. Facebook, Gmail, all those are open, and you've logged in and you have not closed the computer. If I come to your desk, I'll see your emails and all those things. So first thing would be the culture of the firm, and how they deal with the data in terms of obtaining it and also disposing.
In the same breath, we are accustomed to sharing pleadings. And these pleadings emanate from a law firm because this is data that a client gave to this specific law firm. So are you trying to say now law firms should they should just be so constrained to an extent you cannot even share those pleadings to fellow colleagues? And we have also seen cases where seniors are suing people or members, advocates, whom were working in their law firms, and then they left, they went to another firm, and then because of the custom or the relationship and the rapport this colleague had with his previous colleague in that previous law firm, he or she might call, hey, can you send me this plea deed? And then it is sent. But unfortunately, when it gets to the whims of the senior might act out, might feel as if that has been shared. Yet these are the same people who are working in that law firm.
I know the case you're talking about. You'll not mention the parties or anything, but when you talk about security of documents, if an advocate and another lawyer calls you to share pleadings, it is your duty to delete or obscure any data that you feel might be traced back to your client. So what I do personally, if you ask me for documents, all the names will be removed, address, email address, phone number, so that that document cannot be traced back to who the plaintiff or the defendant was. So it's also a matter of culture, as I had mentioned earlier.
So you're telling us advocates, when we are sharing pleadings, we make sure we also protect our clients.
It is a duty to protect your client.
Thank you.
And for those advocates who are thinking of how they can boost up their cybersecurity needs, let me turn your attention to one of our partners, Businesscom, and they help law firms and businesses set up workspaces online, and they have a high let's call it expectance, or basically they'll help you secure the cybersecurity policies for your organization, so definitely reach out to them. Let me move on to the next question. What would be the impact of, if any, of emerging technologies such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, and others on the Kenyan legal system? I know we've talked about AI and the education as well as practice, but what would be the impact of, let's say, blockchain in the Kenyan legal system?
So blockchain, as you know, is a ledger. This ledger is meant to be permanent and immutable. You cannot copy, you cannot delete, you cannot amend. So how we would use a blockchain is for transactions which require a permanency. Let's say, for example, land matters. If we use blockchain and make sure that it works well, we would cut down so many cases that come to court, because one of the things that happen is that someone says, I didn't sign this contract. If you use blockchain, you cannot hide anything. If you sign the contract, it will be recorded, and that record cannot be changed. The other thing is that if it's used to secure or to fortify the land registration system, it will also weed out corruption. Corruption in the sense that some of the transfers that are made, they're done by the officials of the government. So if technology, you need to verify that actually the person who will be on the title is the owner. Because if you fail at the word go, this is a problem that would have to be dealt with in future. And if you're saying that this is something that cannot be deleted, it means there's loss of property for the people who own those titles.
So for those who don't know what blockchain technology is, it's an immutable database that is decentralized, in a nutshell, yeah. Right? And some of the use cases is mentioned is the use of blockchain for smart contracts. A smart contract is basically a self-executing contract. So he gave a perfect example for, I believe it was real estate transactions or land transactions. So basically automating a sale agreement in that the buyer would deposit the purchase price in an escrow account, and the seller would do the same, would deposit a title deed, and it will be self-executing once both parties have done their obligations. And also he mentioned the use of blockchain technologies for land registry transactions, basically having all transactions on the land registry recorded in a blockchain or an immutable database, ensuring that they'll be forever there and they cannot be changed. This will be quite instrumental in helping reduce fraud and reduce incidents of land fraud and land disputes as well as corruption. It's definitely a fact that some unscrupulous land officials have been engaged in corrupt practices, asking for bribes from members of the public. So hopefully that will change. And that was quite insightful. I think, Madam, you can ask the next question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. Well, from our interaction, clearly you're very passionate about tech.
Yes.
And our members equally are, albeit majority are the young lawyers, and majority of them are trying to do startups. So how can we be able to support them and nurture their drive in this legal sector, considering now we are an archaic profession. We still wear those wigs. Yeah. We still want to carry 10 books when you're coming to court. We still want to carry our suitcases where our pupils have to feel the weight that we felt. So how can we create space for the legal startups?
Okay, legal startups, I'll start with the legal startup for lawyers.
And mostly the legal tech startups.
Okay. Yeah, so for lawyers, law is one of those professions that is resistant to change. That and accountancy. I don't know that you knew that. So it won't be something that is done in a day or a month or a year or 2-3 years. It's something that must be done incrementally, step by step. One of the things that can be done is change in legislation. Lawyers are doing what they're doing because there are some ethical standards that they cannot go against or they must meet. One of the hurdles that I've had some lawyers experiencing is that you may want to register a firm and say, I'm not going to use my name. But you must get a letter from LSK saying, giving you the go-ahead to use the name that you want to use. Because firms out there going in the future, I don't think they'll be doing what lawyers of the old days used to do, because the default system is that if you want to do a business name and you're a lawyer, you just ask yourself, what is my name? So-and-so advocates, and that's it. So, and firms are they're evolving and having other names or what I would call branding. If I would run my farm, it doesn't matter if I'm there today or tomorrow or the other. It can run for as long as it wants to run. So the first thing is legislation. If you are to change the laws, it would foster creativity, it would foster, it would help lawyers to think outside the box. Because there's some countries in which they allow non-lawyers to do some legal work, countries like the UK, so that if you are to take up a brief, there's some components of the brief that might not really need the expertise of a lawyer. So let's say like document management, you can outsource a firm to help you to do that small component of the work. Things like analytics. If you're, let's say, filing a case on patents, trademarks, or anything, you might need to get a very large set of data for you to analyze before you make the decision to go to court. If you have to file for the patent, you need to look for prior art or prior innovations that will guide you in advising the client to say, let's proceed, let's not proceed. If we proceed, we may be stopped from moving forward. Yeah.
Just a follow-up on that. What are your thoughts on having a regulatory sandbox for legal tech startups by the Law Society of Kenya? The same way, other government organizations are doing, such as the capital markets, and actually one of our sponsors, the Communication Authorities of Kenya. How efficient would that be for, enabling innovation among young lawyers, as Teresa said? What are your opinions on that?
So Sandbox would bring in various members who form the ecosystem, and with that, they would be able to, because in terms of a regulation, we need to have the entire system from top to bottom, from the act to the regulation. Once you know that, you need to know how can we change it. Who are the people who can help us to? Because otherwise, you now need, say, quote unquote, lobbying to have some of those things changed. So, if members, it will be a form of collaboration by the members, and it will go a long way in aiding startups to come up.
Thank you for that. I think my final question to you today is how can the Kenyan government work with legal tech companies to foster a conducive environment for the growth of the legal tech industry in Kenya?
So again, to my point on regulation, the first thing is that there has to be a review, or they must first review the regulation. Number two, a very big factor is funding, because you may have all the good, you may have the best ideas, but without money, you're going nowhere. Sorry to say that. Yeah. So if we identified and funded these startups and saw a way of getting a security from them, whichever form, because some young people may not have the kind of security that is needed by the financial institutions. So you sit down and agree how they will benefit and how you'll benefit.
Thank you very much. And you're right. We need to find ways on how we can work with the government and investors so that we can also catch up with the world. Well, in the same breath, how can lawyers, or what ways do you think lawyers in this legal profession can adapt to and embrace the use of technology in the legal practice and still they remain relevant and they still earn their bread and butter?
So, on legal tech, if we are to fully implement, we need leaders. One of them is, I like what the judiciary has done, I like what the company's registry has done. It has said, for you to transact, you must follow this route. If you want to file the documents, file it online. The company registry is the same. If you want to transact for your client, do your things online. So first thing is to take a hard stance and say, it is the only way that you're going to do business. You're going to do it digitally and electronically. Once that is done, I think as lawyers and clients, will fall in line. And another thing is that what should attract lawyers to legal tech is one, the efficiency, two, the economic benefits that they will receive upon embracing legal technology. Because you can look at it this way. You have one client, you take a full day handling that client. If you embrace legal technology, you take even half an hour on a client. That leaves you time to deal with other clients. And the more clients you have, of course, the more revenue that you get.
Does that also mean we embrace metaverse?
Yes, I would advise you to embrace metaverse.
Expound.
Okay, the metaverse is a growing opportunity. Metaverse means that it is, okay, the technology that is underlying is the virtual reality. So under VR, you can be anywhere that you want to be, with anyone that you want to be with. So the metaverse is a creation of several multiple universes. So it's a race that has begun, and many companies have already filed patents for them. It's not only Facebook. I think Amazon also has their own. So look at it this way. Everything that you can do on Earth, you can do on the metaverse. You can own land in the metaverse. If you're a musician, you can have your concerts in the metaverse. It is more than when the world sent one of its own to the moon.
Okay, thank you. Well, at this juncture, we have heard that lawyers can actually earn a living by embracing technology. We have a very good example that was set by one of us, Mercy Mutemi, the case that she had sued Facebook because of how they were mistreating the workers. So I hope lawyers will embrace this, you'll embrace technology, you will keep up with the world because the world is ever changing. Although we will need more discussion on this metaverse thing, because as a Marvel fan, I understand metaverse is another universe, right?
Yes, yes.
And where am I going to get a magistrate or a judge in that other universe when someone or my client wants to sue someone?
If you follow current affairs, there has been a case that was done on the metaverse recently in Colombia. I think it was the 14th of February, so I would invite you to go and find out and check how it was done. So you're basically inviting the judiciary to form avatars of themselves in that other universe. Each of the witnesses, the prosecutor, the judge, magistrate, advocates, you form an avatar and you go and prosecute a case outside the world.
So that involves forming avatars for judicial officers?
Yes.
Which is, I can't wait to see that. Thank you.
Same. I think we can head up to our parting shots as we conclude this session. Are there any questions from the audience or online? We can do the parting shots then.
Yeah, so I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to share the knowledge I've acquired, and I hope it will impact advocates, and you will embrace technology. The more we are, the better. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Madam Teresia.
Thank you very much. I think I'm just going to retaliate because I feel proud when I read that even Kenya can be recognized globally for positive things. So I want to really recognize Mercy for putting our name out there by using technology and being an advocate of technology. And she's an advocate who practices in Nairobi branch. Thank you.
So shout out to our member for being what should I say, a trendsetter in the field. For me, I just want to thank you for patiently, bearing with us or listening to us, for those who enjoyed the session. Also want to thank our sponsors from the Communication Authorities of Kenya, to Kingdom Bank, to Businesscom, and definitely the branch. And there will be an award ceremony happening around 6 p.m., so definitely stay tuned for that. And to thank the photographers, the media team, and everyone else who made it possible. I think we can stand for a final photo as we conclude this session. Asanteni sana.